very good morning and a warm welcome to you. Welcome to the Voices of Change 2023 Women's Month celebration. It is an honor to be here with you this morning. It is a great day to have a fantastic day, especially when corporate South Africa comes together all for the achievement of gender equality. My name is Masa Gegana, and I am honored to be your MC for today. Now, just to give you a little introduction, by profession, I am an investigative journalist at South Africa's longest-running television news program called Carte Blanche. You usually see me on a Sunday night, but today it is a Friday, and I do come bearing great news. I'm very excited to be here with you today, and I do not take for granted the opportunity to be a part of this formidable movement called Voices of Change. I personally have seen the growth and the meaningful impact that this movement has had over the years since its establishment 6 years ago. So if it is your first time joining us, brace yourself. It is going to be jam-packed and amazing, insightful. If you are a return soldier and you've been with us over the years or attending the coffee sessions as well, welcome to you too. Like I mentioned, it is a very chilly morning. We are coming to you live from studios in Centurion. So the great thing is, you are hopefully in the comfort of your own home or your own workspace. So get comfortable, grab a cup of coffee, grab a tea, grab a pen and pad, because there will be some really powerful tools that I think you want to jot down and use, not only that will help you in your professional space, but also will help you in your personal space. That is the take-home that I have found each year that I'm here at Voices of Change, because it is more than just an event, it is a movement. Now, Voices of Change seeks to encourage women and men to be at the forefront of gender equality, playing a leading role in making gender equality the norm in the workplace and in society. It also demonstrates how global organizations come together, putting their business interests aside, putting their differences aside, all for the common goal of gender equality. It is phenomenal to see these great global organizations not only walking the walk and talking the talk, but actually committing to gender equality and women emancipation. Today would not be possible without these partners who have made these pledges, who have made these commitments, these partners who have been there and continue to grow the Voices of Change movement. So I must begin by acknowledging these partners, which include Accenture, Business Engage, Nedbank, Life Healthcare, AECI, SAP, Pfizer, Carney, Vodacom, LSEG Refinitiv, BMW, Anglo Ashanti, and of course, Aspen Pharma. Thank you to each and every one of these organizations. You actually make this country such a better place. Each and every movement that is made to try and better the situation that we find ourselves in is really duly noted. Like I mentioned, it's going to be jam-packed. We've got an array of diverse and inspiring speakers. What I also like to take home from this is, yes, professional tools to help me, but it also teaches you about mindfulness, and you will hear more about that when we get through further on in the day. One of the positives I must add about COVID is that, unfortunately, we are not in physical contact anymore. However, housekeeping rules are so much easier. I don't need to tell you where the restrooms are. You know exactly where the restrooms are. All you need to do is make sure that you've got a good spot and you've got all the tools that you need to be taking down the notes that you need to be taking down. Today is going to be a fantastic day, and I'd like to remind us of our slogan here at Voices of Change. She, he, we is power. Individually, we are strong, but collectively, we are powerful. And I can't wait for you to see just the array of people who will be speaking, from men and women and all other communities as well, to come and just give us some insights, some learnings, and some teachings. Well, without further ado, I would like to introduce to us a powerhouse from one of our partners this year, from Carney Africa. She has more than 20 years experience in the finance sector. Her name is Joanne Paul, and she will be joining us online. Just to also let you know as well, you can join the conversation, get engaged, chat with us, ask questions, make comments, and make use of our MS Teams chat group. Well, I hope you're ready for a fantastic day. Again, my name is Masa Gegana, and I'm delighted to be with you this morning throughout till this afternoon. Joanne, I hope we are ready, so you can take it away. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Masa. Appreciate the warm welcome to everyone today. I am Jo Paul. I'm an Associate Director at Carney, and it's absolutely a pleasure to say good day, ladies, gentlemen, warriors of progress, and guardians of empowerment. A resounding virtual applause to all of you across the various time zones and boundaries as we gather here today, chilly in South Africa as I understand it, but you're not merely spectators of an event. You're participants in the Voices of Change movement and our Women's Day celebration. Today is a culmination of intricate Voices of Change series. So you've been part of the growth journey, hopefully so far, but that has been crafted using the threads of togetherness, resilience, and limitless potential. The inception of this Voices of Change movement, or VOC, as we fondly call it, can be traced back to 2017. During the One Young World Summit, back then, Accenture and Thomson Reuters recognized the opening to utilize their networks, to utilize their expertise for lasting impact. And this marked the birth of the She, He, We is Power theme. It underscores the necessity of collaborative endeavors to tap into the strength of diversity. Voices of Change stands as a living testament to the robustness of gender equality and the influence of exchanging narratives, achievements, and strategies. This has been a platform and continues to be one that empowers us to foster awareness, to extend support to one another, to lean on and in, and to gain insights from thought leaders on gender equality, gender intelligence, and women's empowerment. So today, as we engage in meaningful conversations and learn together during the event, draw inspiration from the women who came before us, the men who have supported them, and those in today's session that strive to create a society where every individual is treated with dignity, respect, and access to equal opportunities. In fact, I'm connecting with you today from Rwanda, much warmer here, and it's a fitting circumstance given that Rwanda boasts the region's most impressive gender parity score. Here, there is a unified effort from men and women to champion what is fundamentally just, what is essentially right, with a conscious commitment to translating intentions into tangible actions. Gender parity isn't merely a passive gesture or an invitation to be seen, heard, and felt. It is intentional, and it is a very determined push. You can feel it in the country. So with this backdrop, in South Africa, as August dawns upon our nation, we come together to observe Women's Month, not just Women's Day next week, a time dedicated to honoring remarkable contributions of women throughout history. Among those we pay tribute to are the more than 20,000 courageous women who marched to the Union buildings on the 9th of August in 1956. Their powerful protest was a resolute stand against the extension of past laws to women. However, this journey dates back more than 100 years, and we should pay tribute to the pioneers of the women's movement in this country, dating back to 1913, when women like Charlotte Maseke led the way to establishing the ANC's Women League and encouraging women to engage in the struggle for freedom. So as we reflect on these very pivotal moments in our history, and we recognize the bravery and determination of the women who stood united against injustice, their collective voice continues to reverberate through the ages. It shapes the course of our nation's journey towards gender equality. They are shining examples of how we can stand up and stand out. Change is born out of being bold. So together, we can build a future that honors this legacy. We can ensure a more equitable and just world for generations to come. Women's Month serves as just that. It's a reminder of the progress we have made, that we must celebrate. It also highlights what needs to still be done. If we think about this in terms of numbers, compared to last year, the progress towards narrowing the gender gap has been a bit more widespread. We've seen 42 out of 145 economies covered in the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index in 2022 and in 2023 improve their gender parity score, but by at least a percentage point compared to the previous edition. 40 other countries have actually made gains too. So this fuels the call to action for all of us to continue to advocate for the empowerment of women and notes that every action counts. So as such, it was with great pleasure and real enthusiasm that today we mark the beginning of this year's Women's Month celebration under the very inspiring theme, Women's Socioeconomic Rights and Empowerment, Building Back for Women's Improved Resilience. And by goodness, are we resilient? So today we come together. We acknowledge the vital role of women in our society. We reaffirm our commitment to achieving better gender equality in our words and more so in our actions. And as we delve into this theme, we recognize that the challenges faced by women are multifaceted and they're interconnected. Women's socioeconomic rights and empowerment are absolutely essential elements in building a resilient society where women can thrive and contribute to growth and prosperity. The empowerment of women is not a moral imperative, or not just one. Rather, it's an economic one as well. When women are empowered, when we have access to equal opportunities, our society as a whole benefits from our talents, ideas, and contributions. Research shows that advancing women's equality can deliver significant growth in terms of a dividend for our country and beyond. If every country in Africa could just match the progress of the country in the region that has shown the most progress towards gender parity, and that covers legal protection, political representation, women's representation in management roles, reduced maternal mortality, etc., to name a few, the continent could add 316 billion or 10% to GDP in the period to 2025. That's 18 months away. Plus, we have role models that demonstrates what's possible. We have the they are yes people, the yes we can and the yes we will women when it comes to the boardroom, our community, or on the sports field. We see this as we celebrate the incredible achievements of women who have shattered barriers and defied stereotypes, leaving an indelible mark on history. In fact, South Africa has the highest number of female entrepreneurs in the region. Here, such as Wendy Applebaum, who in the CA Global interview said, as the daughter of Liberty Group founder Donald Gordon, and being cited how much that must have influenced her career, he certainly taught me a lot about business, she said. But being a girl and growing up in the 1970s meant there was not much expectation for me to do anything. It was my choice to do something. So I've always worked and I have always been busy. She grew up wanting to challenge expectations, and that she did. Our keynote speaker, who you'll meet shortly, Kirsten Neushofer, is the first woman to win the historic Golden Globe race, a solo yacht race around the world since it started in 1968. The first Netball World Cup has been held on African soil in Cape Town, with our Proteas making us proud with a famous draw against New Zealand that'll go down in history, and playing Uganda as we see the African continent really take full stage. South Africa's Banyana and Nigeria Morocco advanced to the 16th round in the FIFA Women's World Cup. Still, they don't get paid the same. They are the trailblazers, though. They are the pioneers and the visionaries who dare to dream beyond the limitations imposed on them. Their triumphs serve as an inspiration to us all, reminding us that determination, resilience, and perseverance know no boundaries. This is bolstered by the concept of generation equality, a global campaign that holds immense significance for South Africa and the African continent and the world, given our dividend from an age perspective and our African demographic. It is a powerful movement that unites us in a quest for gender equality too, as we align our efforts with global initiatives to achieve this noble goal by 2030. So as we celebrate Women's Month, let's acknowledge and celebrate the achievements of women who have paved the way for these future generations. Let us pave the way for them too. The courage and resilience in the face of adversity shapes our society and inspires change. We must remain acutely aware that there is still work to be done. We still face barriers and inequalities in various spheres in life, whether it's education, healthcare, employment, leadership. The fact that COVID-19 further highlighted these disparities with a disproportionate impact on women and exacerbating pre-existing inequalities. With that comes so many opportunities and hope that we need to catalyze on our side. So let Women's Month be a time of both reflection and action. Let's commit ourselves to building back better for women's improved resilience. This means creating enabling environments that empower women to participate fully in all aspects of society, from grassroots level all the way to the boardroom. So each of us has a role to play. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that we have access to quality education, economic opportunities, and good healthcare. We talked about mindfulness in the introduction earlier as well. Holistic well-being is key. We are instrumental in creating those spaces and places at work in our communities where we pray, play, and stay that are free from discrimination and harassment, where women can realize their full potential and excel in their chosen field. We must continue to challenge harmful stereotypes and norms that perpetuate inequalities. We must foster a culture of respect where all individuals are valued for their unique contributions, regardless of gender, age, race, and more. So on this journey, collaboration and solidarity are essential. We have to go it together. So as we link South Africa and Africa to the global efforts under the banner of generation equality and gender equality, together we create a world where women and girls and children can live free from discrimination and violence, their voices heard, their rights protected, and them recognized. It's not a local issue. It's a global challenge that demands our collective action and our cooperation. So celebrating Women's Month, embrace this. Be the change you want to see in the world. Be the influencers. More importantly, be the actual doers. We are key to transformation and for an inclusive and equitable society. And so, in closing, I must acknowledge and appreciate the support of our esteemed partners. They have made their voices heard, their impact felt, as they realize their commitment, evident in the spaces created for others to both step all our VOC partners, Accenture, Business Engage, and Nedbank as the founding partners, ACI, Aspen, Anglo Gold Ashanti, EOH, Carney, Life Healthcare, Pfizer, SAP, London Stock Exchange Group, LSEG, Refinitiv, BMW, Vodacom. Thank you for driving and playing your part in this movement and making a positive impact that will echo for generations to come. Ubuntu, Ngumuntu, Ngabantu. I think I must do that again. Ubuntu, Ngumuntu, Ngabantu. This African proverb, often attributed to the Zulu culture, translates to I am because we are. And it emphasizes the interconnectedness of all of us, the interdependence of individuals within the community. And it underscores the value of collaboration, cooperation, and the idea espoused in the Voices of Change that our success and well-being are intertwined with the well-being of others. Your contributions have been instrumental in propelling this movement forward, and we look forward to the partner panel and the messages the partners will share during the course of today. We're also really thrilled to have esteemed speakers who are ready to share their valuable insights and perspectives, life lessons that will impact our lives long beyond the sessions we will listen to. And so to all of you joining online or watching via watch parties, a heartfelt gratitude to you for making the commitment to attending, to learning with us, and the investment in yourselves today too. On behalf of the Voices of Change partners, as well as all presenters, I extend a warm invitation to each of you to join us in our mission to drive a more gender equal and inclusive society. Across the world, we have a diverse landscape. Gender is merely a facet. We are all fundamentally human. We contribute to a rich mosaic where every individual identity holds a profound importance. You count. Our collective energy is a force to be reckoned with, a force that propels us forward, and united by the shared vision of equality and empowerment, we gather, and this serves as a reminder of the power we have that is fueled by purpose and passion. Let the journey continue. So I leave you with one question. Will you be a mover and shaker, or will you be moving? Or will you be moved and shaken? Back to you, Marcia, to introduce our keynote. Kirsten, looking forward to your story. Thank you so much.
So much to Joe. I feel so much joy, in fact, after listening to you, Joe, speak. And I must say, I'm speaking on behalf of many people who are watching here in South Africa as you speak of the warm weather that you're experiencing there in Rwanda. I am in my thermal stockings and trying my best to stay warm as we bid winter farewell. Some really powerful insights that have been shared there by Joe, and reminders as well when we think about the Netball World Cup that's taking place in Cape Town right now. Banyana Banyana and their exceptional performance that they are performing right now. And of course, when we think about women like our keynote address speaker today, Kirsten Neuscheffer. Now, I must tell you, I first heard of Kirsten Neuscheffer when she was on Carte Blanche. We did a fantastic profile piece on her. We heard about her and her achievements that warrant much celebration. And we thought, this is a name and a woman that needs to be heard of and remembered. She's got an inspiring story. She is an adventurer. She's a sailor. She has achieved what many will never, ever achieve in this lifetime. And by many, I'm also speaking of myself. She spent a total of 235 days at sea sailing alone. Now, if we want to talk about holistic well-being and having the art of reflecting and the inner peace of being able to have your own company and be okay and content with it, I think Kirsten is definitely the woman to talk about that. But her story is one of resilience, it's one of passion, and it's one of courage, which is what we want to see, which is what Joe was speaking about when she asked the question, are you a mover and a shaker, or will you be moving? I must say I would like to consider myself in the group of movers and shakers. And today, this is why I am here, because I'd like to take key lessons from people like Joe, like Kirsten, and the rest of the speakers who we will be delighted to be seeing later on in the course of the day. But to tell you her story herself, Kirsten is here with us in studio, and she will be joining us for our keynote address. Oh, she's on.
Hi.
Hi, Kirsten.
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you all right, which means we all can hear you all right. It's lovely to see you.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be part of this.
Doesn't it feel warmer even though it's cold in winter here? I mean, considering what you've been through.
Well, I'm actually still sitting on my boat in France in the summer.
Oh,
so I'm
wonderful.
The cold parts
okay.
of South Africa there.
Another person to be jealous of. Thank you very much, Kirsten. Take it away.
Sure. Well, it's a real honor to be here today, and I'll be sharing some of my journey with you. I'm just going to check that the share function is working here. Are you able to see that?
Not yet.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out. Share content. Masa, are you able to give me some guidance here on sharing my content?
We have our technicians on the side here, just also trying to make sure. Can you see it on your side? Is it sharing?
I'm not seeing it on my side, although I'm requesting share here.
Is the arrow up?
The arrow is up.
Select it. And then select screen.
Screen. Oh, right. Okay,
on the
perfect.
Right.
Are you seeing it
We're
now?
We're winning. Yes, we are.
All right, perfect. Sorry about that delay.
No stress.
Okay. Let's go right into it. Okay, so my name's Kirsten Neuschäfer, and I just got back about 3 months ago from completing the Golden Globe race that started in September of 2022. And I did it on my boat, Minnehaha, which is quite fitting as well because Minnehaha is a figure of a Native American legend, and it means the laughing water, but she was a female figure as well. So I say Minnehaha, and I did it because I couldn't have done it without my boat. And that's Minnehaha at the start line as we were sailing off to circumnavigate the globe off on an 8-month journey, with the definition of an adventure being an unknown outcome. So I added this here because I don't have any photos from back in the day. But I basically became, in my opinion, an offshore sailor in East London. Because what happened, I was crewing, I was trying to clock up mileage towards getting my skipper's ticket, and a ship had wrecked on the breakwater. And the person who usually ran the sailing school asked me if I'd run it because he was too busy involved in the salvage. So sometimes things just happen in a really lucky way. And one thing led to another. I started sailing in East London. I started instructing. I started sailing along the South African coastline. And eventually I went on to doing offshore deliveries of these catamarans here that they build in Cape Town, the Robertson and Kane cats, and they deliver them to all sorts of different destinations in the world. So I spent many years sailing to Europe, America, the Caribbean, Australia, New Zealand, the Indian Ocean islands like Mauritius, South America, Seychelles, and the Comores, and so on. So I had the privilege of clocking up a lot of sea miles and seeing many different interesting places. This is one of those places. It's a small volcanic crater between South Africa and Australia in the middle of the Southern Indian Ocean. And upon a day, who knows how many hundred thousands of years ago, the crater's wall collapsed, allowing the ocean to flow in, and you can actually sail into there nowadays. But it's one of those places you can only get to if you're going by sailboat or by a vessel. And that's really one of the things that made me dream and ultimately eventually become a sailor. Was it seemed like the sea was the road to everywhere, and I just wanted to explore and see this planet. And I've been very privileged to have been able to do so. On new boats, on old boats. This was an old boat that I was able to sail. It was my first single-handed trip from Portugal down to South Africa. And it's there where I discovered I actually love single-handed sailing. I love being out at sea on my own. I love the challenge of having to find a solution to a problem with just my own pair of hands and my own mind to think it through. I've had a very interesting sailing career. The last job I did before signing up for the race was skippering a high latitude exploration sailboat. This one called Pelagic. It was a steel boat. It's a very strongly built boat. It's built for high latitudes, ice conditions, strong weather. And this boat took me to some very interesting places with BBC film crew, National Geographic, often wildlife documentary filmmakers, scientists, explorers like mountaineers who wanted to do first ascents. So I saw some really wild, far out places on that boat and also on this boat, which is a bigger sister ship, Pelagic Australis. And the blessing of having done this job is we went to such far off places that you needed to be completely and totally self-sufficient, because if something broke, if you had a mechanical issue, a rigging issue, even if you struck a piece of ice with your propeller, you have to be able to dive and change out that propeller and keep your vessel safe, keep your client safe. So it taught me a lot about absolute self-sufficiency. And I feel all these things I did in my sailing career prior to the race were just priming me for one of the biggest sailing challenges that I didn't even know I was going to do yet. Anyway, it was an amazing time working on those boats. And then eventually I signed up for the Golden Globe race. So just in a nutshell, what is the Golden Globe race? Well, the first non-stop solo around the world race that ever took place was in 1968. And it was a real pioneering feat because back then they didn't even know if it was possible. So it's approximately 30,000 nautical miles. It's completely unassisted, and on the kind of boat you're doing it, on these old school boats that date back to 1968, you're looking at a minimum of 7 months at sea. It could be 9 months, it could be a year, you don't really know. And back in the day, in 1968, only one person managed to complete the circuit. That was Sir Robert Knox Johnston. And then 50 years passed, and no one really did it again, not in the same manner as he did. That means without a GPS, without modern communication, without modern weather forecasting, and on a small, comparatively small boat like that. So really, really low tech. And that's the gist of this race, is it's low tech. So yeah, the big thing is you don't have a GPS, so you really have to master the art of navigating with just a sextant and a compass. And then compared to the other ocean-going races, the boats are much bigger, they're much faster. So you're on a relatively small boat, which makes it one of the longest, loneliest races on the planet. And they only sort of started this race in 2018. And so this 2022 edition has been the third edition. This is the route that you sail. So you start up in France, which is where I currently am now, because my boat's still here after having concluded the race. You sail down the Atlantic. You get relatively close to the Brazilian coast, and the reason you do that is because the winds, if you try to follow the coast, you'd have currents and winds against you, and then you get down into the southern Atlantic Ocean. You pass Cape Town. You sail across the whole Indian Ocean, past Australia and Tasmania. You keep going past New Zealand, and eventually you pass Cape Horn, which is like the pinnacle of what you can do as a sailor. It's almost like reaching the peak of Everest as a climber, just because it's a dangerous place. The Southern Ocean, as you can see on this map, it's a big ocean, and there's not much land to break the force of the weather systems and the swell and everything else that's passing, except when you get to Cape Horn. There's a bit of a restriction here between the Antarctic Peninsula and the Horn, and all the weather systems have to pass through there. So as you're going around the Horn, it can be pretty scary sometimes, and once you get past the Horn, you start your route back up north, and you end in exactly the same place that you started. So this race is basically a race of endurance, because you've got to be able to stay out there for all that amount of time, 8 months, with the water that you need, or you have to catch rainwater, with enough food, with the right kind of tools and spares. And the whole point of it is also an element of attrition. You have to outlive the others, because not everyone's going to stay for the entire 8 months. They're going to have breakage. They might not want to be alone anymore for that amount of time. And because you, in all races, but especially this one, you don't exactly always know where you are, and you can't see the weather that's coming your way. So there's a very large element of luck as well, which makes it a very interesting dynamic for a race. So briefly, just to the boat requirements, they have to be old school. They're not allowed to be bigger than 36 feet, which is roughly about 12 meters. And they have to weigh at least 6,200 kilograms. So you have to find a boat. That's one of the first things you need to do once you've entered the race, one that will conform to all these kind of things. So what usually happens is people buy old boats and then they refit them. So this is what I did. I bought an old boat that was launched back in 1988. The design is a Cape George 36, and the boat's name was Minnehaha when I bought it, and I didn't change the name because I liked the meaning of it in the Dakota language, laughing water. It's a long on the waterline boat, which the longer you're on the waterline, the faster your boat's going to go. But it's a heavy boat. So in my opinion, heavy meant stable down in the Southern Oceans, whereas in other people's opinion, they said heavy's going to be slow. So I thought, well, we'll have to see what happens in the race. This is Minnehaha when I bought her. She still had a wooden mast. She still had a wooden deck. There were lots of structural issues. And I found this particular design of boat up in Canada. I was very lucky to have been lent money by 2 sailing individuals who wanted to support me in this endeavor, which made it possible for me to buy the boat, which made it possible for me to start looking for sponsors and try and get other funding, because before you've got a boat, you don't really have that much credibility as a participant. And then I bought Minnehaha, but for a long time, because of the pandemic, the Canadian borders were closed and they wouldn't let me in. So by the time I got to, it was already winter and things were starting to get seriously cold in Canada, and it was getting stormy because the winter storms were starting to pass that part of the coastline up in Newfoundland. Here you can see it was so cold that ice was starting to accumulate on the rig, on the mast, on the halyards, and it's a dangerous time to sail, because the ice accumulation on your rig can make your boat top heavy, which means it doesn't have the same stability. So I set off on Minnehaha in these conditions. This was the first sort of sailing experience I ever made with her, and we sailed across the Cabot Strait, and then I decided, I realized there's too much work that needs to be done. She's not in a seaworthy condition. So we stopped at Prince Edward Island, still in Canada, and we stopped there literally 1 week before the whole bay froze over. And this is a small island with a very long-standing maritime history. And when these people saw me sailing into the Bay of Summerside in the middle of the winter, in the middle of the pandemic, they said, what's going on here? We need to help this person. And they did. They really got involved. They helped me get the boat out of the water. As you can see, some very interesting people here. They used hay bales to transport the mast, because it's actually a farming community on this small island. And it was middle of the winter. The snow was starting to fall, and we managed to get her out just in time and into a shed where we could start working on her and rebuilding a lot of her. So luck was in my favor. I didn't know how the story was going to unfold. I didn't know where I was going to land up. It was cold. It was difficult conditions. But luck really, really was in my favor, because I met this person you see here. His name's Eddie Arsenault, and he was enthused by the project. He's a welder machinist. He's 34 years old. And he said to me, do you need help? And I said, yes, I do. And we landed up having to rebuild many structural parts on this boat, including most of the deck. And he, it was just the two of us working, as opposed to having the boat in a professional yard, which taught me a lot. But it also gave me the confidence to know that I'd know potentially how to repair things out at sea when I was going to be alone on the race. So yeah, I worked with Eddie Arsenault on Prince Edward Island for almost an entire year on the boat. She almost got a facelift, new deck, whole new paint job, and by the time it was summer in Canada again, we were ready to launch the boat and starting to get her rig up and get her ready to sail again. Now, one of the things we had to do as a requirement to the race was put up a so-called jury rig. Now, what that means is you find any means, like a spinnaker pole or a boom or any spar you have on board, to make a makeshift mast and use any sort of sails that you can keep sailing in the event that you might lose your mast. And this was a big concern for this race, because in 2018, 5 boats capsized and they all lost their masts. Some of the people couldn't carry on sailing, so they actually had to scuttle their boats, as in sink them, and they needed to be rescued. So you need to put into a lot of thought into advances. What will I do if this, that, or the next thing happens? And one of the big things is, what will I do if I lose my rig? I need to be able to rig something so that I can get to the next bit of land. Because when you're in the middle of the ocean, there's no one out there. Shipping can be quite far away, and you're out of range of helicopters or things like that can necessarily help you. So you need to say to yourself, how am I going to get myself out of the bad situation? So after all that, we got Minnehaha ready. That was just over a year's non-stop work. And then I thought, well, I need to take her for a sea trial. And I really, really wanted to get home. By that time, I hadn't been able to go home back to South Africa for over 2 years, because I didn't want to leave the boat in case I couldn't get back to her. But I really wanted to go home. So I decided the best way to go home would be to leave Canada with Minnehaha and sail back to Cape Town. And it was a fantastic experience. Firstly, I really got to learn how to sail my own boat to the best of my and the boat's abilities. And we sailed 7,700 nautical miles within 56 days and landed in Cape Town at the V&A waterfront. And then I spent another 3 months at the East Quay Boatyard, who gave me all the support I could possibly have wished for to still do repairs. I still had leaking portholes. There were still things I had to improve on. And then that left me with just enough time to leave Cape Town again and go up to Europe. So I went via the Azores. I briefly stopped in the Azores. I hauled the boat out there one last time to put a last layer of anti-fouling on the hull. And then we carried on sailing to Gijón in Spain, because that's where the so-called prologue race started. And that's the first time I got to meet all the other competitors. So that's just a photo in Gijón with all the race boats lined up. At the time, there were 16 of us. We got to know each other, and we got to race against each other for the first time, just a short little race from Spain up to France, ultimately where the race was going to start. Now, I add this photo here because a lot of people would say to me, well, what did you do for food? Well, it's true. I planned on having almost 10 months worth of food, and that was going to be relatively standard stuff like rice and pasta and couscous, and then a lot of canned food, tin vegetables, tin fish, although I did have fishing gear with me in the case that I decided I'd like to try and catch some of my own fish. But I had a lot of random acts of kindness happening to me on this race. For example, all these jars, they were homemade by a French chef, all organic food that he had canned himself. And it was a selection of curries and stews and roast chicken and vegetable stews and fish and I don't know what not all. And he basically asked me would I like a few of these jars. Yeah. And I said that would be lovely. And he gave me 100 jars. And each jar contained at least 2 meals. So that was already me sorted with relatively good food for 200 days. This is a photo of the inside of my boat where I'm currently sitting as well at the moment. Just to show you, there you can see there's some safety equipment over here. I've got some flares. I've got a throw bag with line in case I had to get to go to anyone else's assistance. And I had my whole library of books. That's manuals for certain things to operate on board the vessel, but also a lot of novels, a lot of history books, because over such a long period of time, you don't only need to ask yourself what you're going to need in terms of food to keep yourself physically healthy, but also mentally healthy because you're on your own. And there are going to be times when you're going to crave conversation and you're not going to get it. So the next best thing, to me at least, was to either write letters to people or to read. And then you can just see up here, there's a net with onions and chilies. That was actually when I came back from the race. That's how many onions I still had left, which was amazing because after 8 months, if you stow your things in the right manner, you can actually still have onions that are edible. Okay, this is the start of the race. It was an amazing event. The walls of the channel were just lined with hundreds, possibly even thousands of people to see the 16 boats that were now embarking on this round-the-world race off. It was a very emotional moment. There was a lot of stress leading up to the race because even looking back now, I can say the most difficult part of that race was getting to the start line and ticking all the boxes and having your boat in the right condition and having raised all the funds you needed and having all the compulsory safety equipment on board and having ticked all those many, many boxes. And then there were all these media events and public around you, and it was quite a stressful time. So you leave, they fire the gun, you get over the start line, and suddenly you're all on your own. And you say, okay, here we go. Here we go into the unknown. This is going to be a long trip. Enjoy it because time does pass. That's all the boats leaving. That was 16 of us that then left from Les Sables d'Olonne in France. So there you can see we started in the Bay of Biscay. All of us passed quite close to Cape Finisterre, which is just off the Spanish-Portuguese coast there. And then it wasn't really a stop, but we had so-called photo gates where you were obliged to approach land, and the race organizers would come out in a little Zodiac and they'd film you and they'd interview you. You weren't allowed receiving anything from them, so no food, no water, no tools, absolutely nothing. You were, however, allowed handing post over to them, and they do a little bit of an interview with you, and that was really the only way that the race organizers could mediatize this old school race, because obviously in modern races they've got satellite technology where they can live stream footage as it's happening. But in our case, the best thing they could do was have these so-called photo stops. Now, just after the photo stop in Lanzarote, we got becalmed. And this is one of the calmest I've ever seen the sea. It was like being in an anchorage. It was glassy calm, and it was a strange place to be becalmed, because usually there's plenty of wind down there. And it was kind of, when it happened, a little bit frustrating, because you want to keep going, you're in a race, and my ambition from the start was to try and win. But on the other hand, it's so special to see such incredibly calm conditions. And I think that was important to me in this race, because it's such a long race. Is you can't torture yourself and push yourself all the time and just focus the whole time on racing. You also have to say, wow, I'm out here. It's a beautiful place. And the whole idea is to observe what's around you, because it's a huge privilege to be out there and experience these kind of conditions. Of course, it was a little bit of the calm before the storm, because the next thing that was going to come after that was a tropical depression that was moving up off the Senegalese coast towards the Cape Verdes, and we basically had to get through that depression. And you know, when the weather starts turning like that, you know there's probably something going to come. But it was all good, because it was a tropical depression, so at least it's warm. And what it did bring was lots and lots of rain. So this is typically the rain. Now, the nice thing about a rain squall like that is it's warm weather. You can go out and you can catch rainwater, because, of course, fresh water on a trip like this is another thing that you think about a lot, even when you're preparing your boat. One of the reasons I chose this particular boat as well is she had big water tanks, so I could start off with quite a lot of water, but I had to top up whenever I could. So whenever there was a good bit of rain coming through, I'd catch water. Now, here you can see this is the water that I caught off the sails. And it's slightly reddish, and that's in fact because there's lots of dust that gets blown out of the Sahara, and it travels all the way across the Atlantic. And in fact, that dust rains out over the Amazon forest, and it's one of the biggest fertilizers of the Amazon forest, because a lot of the soil in the forests are leached out by, you know, hundreds and thousands of years of rainforest having grown there. So without this aeolian fertilization system, those forests wouldn't be able to exist. But it also rains out on your boat. But it's fine. It's just dust. The water tasted fine. It didn't taste salty anymore. The salt had already been rinsed off the sail, so I could top it up into my tank. And, you know, instantly I could have collected something like 50 liters of water. And I was working on about 2 to 2.5 liters of water a day. So 50 liters, you know, that's instantly almost 3 weeks of water. And then what happens in these big sort of tropical storms that pass is they blow a lot of the birds offshore. And because the birds don't really want to be there, they need to land. A lot of the birds land on the boat. And it's a very special moment, because you know that they're able to get a little bit of rest and possibly recuperate enough to fly on and find land again. But because you're alone out there, you develop this deep appreciation for everything else that's living. And you're happy to see it, because it always reminds you there is life out there, always special moments. Right, it gets hot in the tropics. You don't want to stop the boat, but you don't have enough fresh water to have a shower, so what do? You cool off by having a drag. It's a fun thing to do. It's a bit of adrenaline. Of course, you know, if you let go there, it would be eternity. The GoPro would see you in the distance, and that would be it. But you don't, because you're always aware of looking after yourself. And I've been doing this for many years, for all the deliveries, all the time I've spent out at sea. It's always a joy to drag behind the boat. But then another thing you do is, when there's no wind, you jump off the boat, you have a swim, you put your mask on, you inspect the hull, make sure the hull is clean, because one of the big problems is growth on the hull, which would slow you down quite a lot in the race. This here's a photo of an interesting sail combination. I had North Sails in Cape Town make my sails for me for the race, and they came up with a very good idea where it's basically two sails stitched together, and when you're running downwind, you can have one out on either side. It was a very stable, very nice way to sail. And then apart from the sailing that you're doing, you're living. So this is just a little bit of something of, this is my galley on the boat. You're cooking here, you use the boat, just carry on doing your thing. I think it was always important to me to live comfortably, to eat well, to get enough sleep. So I'd sleep when I could, when the conditions were stable, and the boat was keeping a good course. I'd get as much sleep as I could. I'd always try and sleep a little bit in the day so that I could be active at night. Apart from that, it's a real privilege to be up at night and observe the night, because it's not something you always do when you're living ashore. But a big part of the routine was actually the celestial navigation. Because we didn't have a GPS, you have to take the sight of the sun, the stars, or the moon with your sextant. And that would determine a big part of the day. So this is just you taking a moon sight, the sun, because if you take your sight, the sun and the moon actually cut exact latitude. On the contrary, if you get a morning sight with very active sun, you get exact longitude. So there are many things to think about, and one of that was you were only allowed mechanical moon watches. So we had these radios existed back in 1968, and they give you time. You can pick the time signal up best in the morning. So that would be my first thing in the morning, is to get the time signal, calculate my watch, and then go and get a morning sight, which would tell me what my longitude was. On my longitude, I could work out what time roughly noon would be in the position that I was at, and then I could take my sun sight at noon to get a latitude. That would give me one position a day. So I'd have roughly one relatively accurate position a day. And then, so what you do is you take the time and you write down the angle between the horizon and the sun, which you would have measured off your sextant. And you take multiple sights, because you can't necessarily trust one. There might have been error in it, especially on a moving boat. From that, you then do a series of calculations that are actually relatively easy, because you've got almanacs that have pre-calculated many things for you. And once you've done that, so you're looking at about half an hour or maybe a little bit more, depending on the conditions, you'll be able to get one position, which you can then plot on a paper chart. And so that's how we navigated our whole way around the world. And this was somewhere close to Cape Town. So there I was sort of planning my approach into Cape Town. Then the other thing you do is, there's no real such thing as too much rest. If the conditions are stable or calm, it's time to do maintenance, because the boat's working hard all the time. So lines are chafing, things are losing tension that should have enough tension, and you don't always know what's happening on top of your mast. So in calm conditions, that's exactly what you do. You take the opportunity to climb to the top of the mast and just check. And if you're lucky, there's nothing, but at least you'll have the peace of the mind and know that there's nothing about to break or chafe through, because you want to pick it up before it happens. And I think that's a lot about this race, is preempting things the whole time and thinking one step ahead of what could happen and trying to prevent it from happening. And then it's always fun to climb up onto the top of the mast. Of course, the movement on top of the mast is much more than it is down below on the deck, but then you get the splendid view of the vast ocean and the endless horizons, and just nothing other than the ocean around you.
I've got
this is
the twin foresail with the weather wing pulled out, and the main.
Well, this is just to the front of the boat. And then this here.
This is Cape Town, 40 Elizabeth, and Durban Radio. Good evening again. Here follows the weather process. Wind in knots, wave heights in meters. No sea state given if waves are less than 2 meters.
That is basically the only way we could pick up weather is by HF radio or weather facts. So that was a big thing about this race is you can't always see what weather's coming up. So you obviously want to try and get the weather as best you can to firstly avoid storms, but even more importantly also to avoid calms. This is just some footage of the front of the boat, the basket. We can just see the boat moving along really nicely, and you stand there and you just look at it and say, wow, this is an awesome experience, and I'm feeling like I'm one with my boat. And that's the kind of sail combination is when you're sailing closer to the wind, so you're almost sailing against wind as opposed with the double sail that I showed you. That's when you're running with the wind and the seas behind you. So from Lanzarote in the Canary Islands, which was our first photo gate, you sail down through the Atlantic, and then Cape Town was the next photo gate. So I arrived in Cape Town with not a lot of wind, just enough to actually approach Cape Town. It was a beautiful moonlit night. I got there sometime towards the end of October, or beginning of November. I'm not entirely sure anymore, but the whales were there. The humpback whales were there in full force. And I actually landed up drifting the most of this night along the coastline there, just, off Cape Town. And I was getting frustrated because I didn't have wind, but on the same token, it was one of the most beautiful wildlife experiences I've ever had because I wasn't approaching the humpbacks, I was drifting, but they were actually approaching me, and they were surfacing so close to the boat that the spray was wafting right over the boat, and if I had leaned over far enough, I could almost have touched them. So it was an absolutely spectacular wildlife experience. But then what you're seeing here is actually that's the hand of one of the people from the race organization, and I'm handing over my letters and my SD cards with my footage. So the photo gates in some ways made it more complicated because you'd have to approach land, and it wasn't always easy to see where you were, and it puts you in an area where there's shipping and fishing boats, and land is always a danger. You're always safer when you're far offshore because there's nothing you can crash into. There are no reefs, there are no currents, but it also made it incredibly interesting to go into these photo gates. And for me, it was one of the more difficult moments in the race because there were people out there that had come out in boats to cheer me on and wave at me, and I saw my parents, I saw my sister, I saw friends, and it was such a strange feeling to have been at sea already for more than 60 days at that point and not go into port and come ashore and not even give someone a hug, and then have to keep on racing. So it was a little bit of a difficult moment, but then it doesn't take long and you get back into the groove and you just keep going again. Getting away from Cape Town, especially at that time of year, isn't easy because you've got predominant northeasterly winds. You end up having to beat offshore again to get back into the favorable westerlies that you can south. So this is just some footage of sailing as close to and way as we can. But then there were those lovely days when you get back into the prevailing westerlies. You're running with the wind from behind and waves from behind, and it's absolutely amazing to kind of sailing. Right, then of course the other thing that you think about all the time is avoiding storms. The Southern Ocean basically consists of just depressions, shall I say, and sometimes bigger storms passing all the time. And for that, one of the things you take with you is storm sails, and they're usually a bright colored orange, so that if you do need to get rescued for any reason, you're more visual from the air, you're more visible if they're going to do an aerial search. So there were moments when I did have to use my storm sails. And when I was now in the Southern Indian Ocean on my way towards Australia, I got a message from the race organizers, because we did have satellite communication, but it was only we were only allowed to use it if we were talking directly with the race organizers, and if there was an emergency. So in this particular instance, they informed me that one of the boats had sunk, and it was Finnish sailor Tapio Lehtonen's boat who had sunk. And they told me, and I knew it because I had seen he was just behind me when I got to Cape Town, so I knew I was probably closest to him. They asked me to go immediately to his assistance, which I then did. At that point in the race, I didn't care about the race anymore. All I could think of was the fact that this man was in a tiny little life raft on the middle of the Southern Indian Ocean, and there's always swell on the Southern Oceans, so it wouldn't have been comfortable. I knew he was safely in his raft, but still, I wanted to get to him as quickly as I possibly could, and I got to him about 24 hours later, and I got him on board. I sailed past his raft. We got a line across from his raft to me. We pulled him in. We got him on board. But then, of course, the race kind of had to continue. So at the same time, while I was approaching him, a cargo ship had diverted their course as well to come to his assistance. So the next thing was getting as close as and safely as I possibly could to the cargo ship, which isn't an easy thing because you're still on a rolling ocean. But we managed to do it. They managed to throw a line over onto Minnehaha's deck. He tied it back onto his life raft. I cut the life raft loose on my side, and they pulled him towards the ship where he could then board.
Okay, there's Tapio. He's boarding the ladder now. I'm just...
Yeah, so it was fortunate that I was in a position to assist. And once I saw him safely on the deck of that ship, I could get my sails up again and go back into racing mode. And then this is just another little wildlife encounter.
Just to show you, this is what washed aboard. So one can see it. It's a krill.
So yeah, all those little things become a source of fascination. They are to me anyway, because I love observing what's happening. I love observing all the small little creatures like the krill, which in turn feed the whales. And you're out there for such a long time. It's exactly the time that you have to observe and appreciate all the bigger and smaller things as well. Now, the other form of weather that we could receive was weather facts, which is old school. They hardly transmit weather facts anymore from most of the transmission stations, but they did in certain areas, and this did also help. Sometimes knowing
Faxes have been super useful. This, for example, is a 4-day fax forecast. Everyone can see Australia.
So the forecasting was minimal. So you had to rely a lot on your barometer, and also, again, observing what's happening around you the whole time. Any wind shifts, any clouds, any change in the swell that could indicate to you that there's maybe a system coming up. And that's exactly what I loved about the race, is that it forced you to be way more observant. You didn't have screens at all. There was no laptop on board. There was no iPhone, no cell phone, no GPS screens. You were really watching with your own eyes what was happening around you the whole time. And it's a real privilege to be able to, in this day and age, switch all the screens off. Right, so the next sort of leg for me then was Cape Town towards Hobart, across the Southern Indian Ocean. And you see there's this brown block that's put in here. Now, this is what they call the exclusion zone, which meant we weren't allowed going south of that zone. If we had gone south of the zone, we would have gotten penalties. Basically, the reason they do that is if you do land up in trouble, like Tapio, whose boat sank, if you were much further south than that, you'd be so far off the shipping lanes that it would be difficult to get anyone to help you. But also, the further south you go, the stormier it can get. But the flip side of that is if you can't go south enough, you can sometimes get stuck in the high pressures where there's no wind. And being on a race, where you're not allowed using an engine or anything like that, and having no wind can also be an incredibly frustrating experience at times. So the other thing that made the southern limit difficult is that it's often foggy down in the Southern Ocean, and you don't always know exactly where you are. So you're always worried that if you do sail over the limit, you might get penalties. So it does add a little bit of extra stress. But anyway, eventually, I managed to approach Tasmania, Hobart, where the next photo gate was going to be. It's always fun when you find land just by having navigated with a sextant, because once you're starting to get close, you know that you're getting close, but you're never 100% sure whether the land's really going to be there, and you start doubting yourself. So when land suddenly comes in sight, it's always a great source of joy. So that's Tasmania there in the background. And then we had to sail right into Storm Bay, where again the race organizers came out in their dinghies, and I happened to arrive there on Christmas. So this is the race organizer, Don McIntyre, who dressed up like Santa Claus, like Father Christmas, which was quite special because you're on a solo yacht race, and you arrive in Hobart just on Christmas, and people went to all the effort to cheer you on and make you feel happy. And you see people that you don't know, they come out in their boats, they say, you go for it, you've got this thing. And it's amazing how it motivates you, especially when you're spending all that time on your own. So that's Minnehaha and myself in Storm Bay. And suddenly there's all this visual stuff, and you can smell land and you can smell vegetation when you've been at sea. That's also always something very special. And then I left, and it didn't take long, and I landed up in this fog. So this is just to show you what conditions you can experience down there. There's an albatross, briefly once would.
Another one of the sea's moods down south here.
Now, the problem with these conditions is that you can't get an angle between the horizon and the sun. Here you can see that one can actually still see the sun, but you can't see the horizon because it's so foggy. So at the end of that, you're navigating on dead reckoning, where you're kind of getting your speed, and you're checking your compass the whole time to see what course you're doing, and then you're projecting on a chart where you should be, according to what you've logged and observed, but the errors can often become quite big, which is fine when you're in the middle of the ocean because there's nothing to crash into like land, but it can be a problem when you're approaching land. Now, another big problem, I mentioned it briefly, is that growth on the hull. Nowadays, anti-fouling products are supposed to be more environmentally friendly, but therefore things grow, and it slows you down very, very much. So on a race, that's a real worry. And I could see when I passed Tasmania that things were starting to grow. But the thing is, you're not allowed scraping anything off your hull within 200 miles of Australia because they don't want you bringing foreign species into their waters, which is understandable. But that means you have to scrape these little barnacles off when you're in the middle of the ocean. And it's not always easy because the boat's always right, so one can see a lot of growth there. I was lucky. I managed to keep going. I swapped every opportunity I had and tried to remove growth, but other competitors were less lucky. This is the boat of Jeremy Bagshaw. He actually had to pull his boat out in Tasmania, in Hobart, because he had so much growth that he just wasn't making enough speed anymore. So there he is. He's pulled his boat out, which meant that he was no longer in the Golden Globe race category anymore. He was then in the Chichester category, which meant that you made one stop. Whereas myself, I was lucky that I was able to manage it while at sea. But again, it's difficult because it's cold down in the Southern Ocean. You need a wetsuit, which means you've got lots of buoyancy, which means it's more difficult to stay underwater, and you're free diving, so you have to come up the whole time, and you get incredibly cold, and you almost start getting hypothermic. I couldn't stay in for more than about 2 hours before I absolutely had to get out, and then I was hypothermic to this degree already.
Okay, so pretty cold. Got the port side done. Port was the worst.
Yeah, so that was just another little obstacle to overcome. Then down south there, that's where it does get stormy. So here's just a little bit of footage where you can see it's before the storm had arrived, but you need to prepare well in advance of the storm because you can't really start doing once it comes to the storm. But there, when the storm struck, I must have had probably roughly on 60 knots, a sea state of maybe 7 meters. And you can see I'm actually towing lines behind the boat for 2 reasons. That keeps the boat stern to the seas, so that when the waves break, they're going to break on the stern and not on the side of the boat, because that's when boats can easily capsize. But it also slows you down because you don't want your boat surfing down the face of very tall waves and potentially capsizing like that. So that was then one of the longest stretches across the southern Pacific Ocean. And you can see here I briefly had to go north to actually try and run away from the storm. And then you start committing to sailing down south because you have to clear the Horn. And that's when you hope that the weather is going to play in your favor and you're not going to get caught in a really bad storm just as you're passing the Horn. Now, I was lucky. I had nice weather. I had maybe gusts of up to 35, 40 knots, but they were just gusts. The sea state was okay. I had visibility, so I could actually visually find the Horn, again, approaching land after many days at sea between Hobart and Cape Horn, and you see land again and you're happy that you found it with your sextant. And passing the Horn, as I mentioned earlier, is really a momentous occasion because it's something that most sailors dream of, sailing around Cape Horn one day, and then you're kind of on your last leg. Now, this photo I took off the Falkland Islands. The Falkland Islands is about 2.5 days, maybe 3 days sail away from Cape Horn. And I used to spend a lot of time in the Falkland Islands back when I was working on the high latitude boats. So I knew a lot of the Falkland Islanders, and I knew without talking to them that if I did sail close past their coastline, they'd come up and wave to me, and they did. And again, I just waved at them from the distance, and they shouted some encouragement towards me, but it was a very special moment. This is just some, This is some more footage of another kind of storm factor. This is also a gale this afternoon.
No, I'm not playing games, sure. No, wind's already backing over to the west now.
So basically, I'm not really facing head rain. Unfortunately, the seas are locked. The rudder over hard to one side. Stop sailing against basically stop, wait for it to blow over to become less, then keep sailing again towards the last leg of the race. And then as you get further north again, you get out of that very cold weather, the cold Southern Ocean, stormy, lots of rain, and that kind of thing, and you get back into the tropics. And the first thing you do is you wash everything you can, and you just start spending a lot of time outside again, soaking up that sun, because you're in the Southern Ocean for a long time. You don't have heating. I didn't have heating, so a lot of the time you're feeling damp and cold. And it's just a nice feeling to get back into the tropics. And then the weather's sometimes far more constant. You still have squalls coming through. You start seeing beautiful rainbows and that kind of thing. You have these birds landing on board again. They're called brown noddies, and they always land at night. They hitch a ride, and then they leave again with first daylight. They're little seabirds. They've got webbed feet. Again, always happy for some animal companionship out at sea. And then the dolphins, you start seeing them again in the warmer waters. You do see them sometimes around the Falkland Island, different species, but you mostly see them in the tropics, and they're always a source of joy.
There's got to be about 30 dolphins in this pod, if not more. The little baby there.
And a very warm welcome back. Thank you so much to Kirsten. I thoroughly enjoyed listening to her inspiring story once again. How she was able to make it out and then still win is truly a story of women emancipation and women equality at its best when you are given the right tools and opportunity. But I just cannot imagine being at sea for hundreds and hundreds of days. No GPS, no electricity, none of the conveniences that we need. It somewhat reminds me of this journey that we have with this road ahead when we talk about gender equality, that there will be bumps, there will be bad weather along the way as well, but some of those visuals were also just so beautiful. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion that we're going to be having after the break, which will be facilitated by Kekezo Sidibe, who has a fruitful career in marketing and advertising, and she will be facilitating that panel discussion with some of our partners as well here today. For now, I would like you to just take a 15-minute break, maybe go and refill that tea or coffee, stretch those legs, take in everything that we've heard from Joe in the opening and now as well from Kirsten. And then coming back, get those notepads and pens out ready, get those tablets out ready, because we've got a panel that is absolutely phenomenal, all here graciously sharing their insights. A very warm welcome, and especially if you are in Chile, South Africa, an even more warm welcome to you. Again, reflecting on Kirsten Neuschiffer's story, how phenomenal a story. We were just talking now in studio with some of the panelists and saying, if you thought you were adrenaline junkie, you'll think twice after you listen to Kirsten's story. Amazing, amazing story. Before I leave you in the capable hands of Kekezo Sidibe, who will be facilitating the panel discussion this afternoon, we have a special message from one of our sponsor partners from the BMW Group Financial Services, and that is a message from the CEO, Stefan Schut.
So in 3, 2, 1, go. I'm excited to share my support for the Voices of Change movement and emphasize the significance of driving inclusion, diversity, and gender equity in the workplace. This is essential for organizations to thrive in the modern world. By embracing and celebrating differences, we can unlock our full potential, foster creativity and innovation, make better decisions, and enhance employee engagement and satisfaction, thereby broadening our market reach. Creating an inclusive and diverse workplace is not only the right thing to do, but also a strategic imperative for organizations looking to succeed in today's dynamic business environment. Thank you.
And that is a message from Stefan Schut, who is also one of the panelists here behind me. Without further ado, I will leave you in the capable hands of Kekezo Sidibe. She has championed award-winning campaigns, and today I'm sure she's going to be championing some great insights. I'm looking forward to it and to listening to all of you. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Masa. And hello to everyone that's watching. I'm really excited to be sitting here today. And happy Women's Month. Let's start that off as well. I don't think I've gotten the chance to speak to any of you, so happy Women's Month to you and to everyone else that's watching as well. Now, leadership is no easy feat. Otherwise, everyone would do it, right? For some, it's a choice, and for others, it's a calling that they simply cannot ignore. Now, this afternoon, I am excited to be spending some time and picking the brains of phenomenal leaders that are doing it at the highest possible level that you could imagine. And in today's topic, we are covering why inclusion, diversity, and equity need to be led from the top, and the role of CEOs to be the change that we know that we need. And to join me in today's conversation, I think Masa has also just flagged that one of our panelists is Stefan Schut. We also have Ketiwe Nguna as well, and we also have Lizzie. And I'm going to go through their bios just to give a bit of context for those of you that might not know these incredible minds that I'm sitting with today. Stefan Schut is the CEO of the esteemed BMW Financial Services Group. Now, with a wealth of experience in the financial services industry, Schut has played a pivotal role in the growth and success of the company in the South African market. His career spans from financial sectors over 2 decades, which has been led with consistently demonstrating his expertise as well as leadership skills. Prior to his current position, he held senior roles at renowned financial services institutions, honing knowledge in this field. In his current role as the CEO, he is responsible for overseeing the strategic direction and operations of BMW Financial Services South Africa. He is known for his ability to drive innovation and implement effective strategies that enhance the company's market position. And finally, as the CEO of BMW Financial Services, Stefan has proven as a dynamic as a dynamic and visionary leader, and his wealth of experience, strategic acumen, and finally in his passion for excellence has been instrumental in driving the company's success in the South African market. Sitting next to Stefan is Ketiwe Nguna, who has over 19 years of experience in transformation, corporate social investment, marketing, inclusion, as well as diversity, going into public relations and brand management as well. She possesses a deep passion for South Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and development and transformation. Her main passion is developing people as well as communities to make sure that they reach their full potential. She is currently the executive head of corporate citizenship and inclusion and diversity at Accenture, overseeing the portfolio across Africa, reporting into the CEO of Africa. And in her portfolio, she's responsible for strategic management and implementation of the company's transformation, inclusion, and diversity, corporate social investment, and stakeholder engagement, including implementing all the initiatives for these programs. She's particularly passionate about the role of technology and the role that it plays in bridging our developmental gaps. She has led teams in design and scale of digital and blended learning programs to improve employment as well as entrepreneurship outcomes. And last, but certainly not least, we have Lizzie Mogale, who is the Managing Executive, Insights and Advisory at Nedbank. Lizzie is the Managing Executive for Insights and Advisory at Nedbank Retail and Business Banking, where one of the key focus areas is helping the bank find growth opportunities to create a sustainable and competitive business. Within this portfolio, she's responsible for following capabilities: research, behavioral economics, strategy and thought leadership, financial wellness, and business performance. Lizzie has over 23 years of working experience across multiple industries and multinationals in banking, mining, management consulting, risk consulting, tax revenue services, and consumer research. She describes herself as a passionate, curious, fun person who loves traveling. And we're going to close it off with her motto that says, or rather is based on 3 aspects: disrupt you, make a difference, and leaving things better than you found them. Welcome to everyone.
Thank you.
Now we're going to start off with our questions, and I think I'm going to direct the first questions to Ketiwe and then to Lizzie as well. In an ever-evolving world, the way that we see and we experience our day-to-day lives is relative, right? And in this regard, leading an organization as big, as impactful, and as successful as yours requires clarity of vision as well as execution to bring everyone else along with you. Could you please share with me your own personal experience as leaders? And perhaps we can start with maybe defining what leadership means to you, and most importantly, how that definition has evolved over the years. I think I'll start with Ketiwe.
Thank you so much, Keketso. So I think for me, the definition of leadership, it's really about servitude. It's really about being a servant to our people in the organization, being a servant to our clients, as well as being a servant and an enabler to our communities. And how that has evolved over the years, I think, is really something that started as leading self, right? And the biggest part of leading self is identifying and enabling myself to find my purpose, right? Because as a leader, you cannot create belonging if you yourself don't belong to yourself, so that's the first starting point. And the biggest point of really getting the rest of the organization and getting everyone to rally behind the vision has to be centered again around purpose. If an organization is centered beyond just around revenue generation, but really centered around purpose, and within Accenture, our purpose is really to unlock abundance for all. That is abundance for our clients, abundance for our communities, and abundance for our employees, while leveraging the strength that lies in diversity, equality, and inclusion. Because the more diverse we are, the more innovative we are, the more we are better positioned to serve our clients and our communities.
So I think, thanks a lot for that, Ketiwe. I think for me, leadership is being purpose-led. I think, you touched on it, Ketiwe, to say it's all about driving purpose, doing beyond generating revenues, really connecting to who you are and bringing yourself and tapping into that passion that makes a difference in the world. I think leadership is also about connecting authentically. I mean, COVID, I think, has showed us that people are looking to connect, are looking for leaders who can connect authentically, trying to understand the challenges and the issues that people are going through. You start thinking about issues of mental health. As leaders, how do we start, becoming, engaging around those conversations, being cognizant of those conversations and not triggering also mental health in the people that we are leading. And I think that comes with, being highly inclusive and being actively listening, because exclusivity can actually create a source of, mental health. So being conscious about inclusivity as a leader, and connecting. And I would say also being, learning and adapting. I think we need the cadre of leadership that's constantly learning, that's constantly adapting to new ways of doing things, different things. And I think these aspects are starting to be, elevated and accelerated with the kind of digital world that we are moving to. And I think lastly, I would say about a leader needs to be, curious. They need to be exploratory in their approach, of things, and also be able to simplify complex things. There is just so much complexity that goes around, and I think the role of leadership is now to start simplifying things for the people that they are leading.
Sure, those are really, really good answers. I think purpose is clearly the underlying trend here, right? Purpose in self before you can include anyone else when it comes to leading them as well. And I think I'll go to Stefan for this next question. To touch on the idea of leading from the top, there are a lot of conversations that take place in boardrooms, and these conversations generally go unseen and they go unheard of, right? Since committing to driving and implementing DEI, not just as an initiative, but as a key part of doing business, has there been any pushback where this is concerned? Particularly when dealing with business stakeholders, when dealing with executive leadership teams, dealing with shareholders as well. And if so, how have you managed to get buy-in from them, and to also make sure that they champion it from that first top level, and then making sure that it trickles down to the ground level of the organization?
Sure. Well, I mean, for me, when I came to this country, it was important to understand all about its culture, its background, the diversity that is here, and understanding that as an opportunity. Yeah. In my previous place, which was Spain, and Spain is a very patriarchalic country in a way. It's still a constitutional monarchy. People go on Sundays to the bullfight. And then bringing diversity in there, like a gender diversity, was a new element. It wasn't that easy from the very onset, but in the end, it got accepted because people understood it's the right thing to do. So to your question, if there is pushback, well, let the pushback be, but never let it bother you. From a stakeholder perspective, there was an aspect, I think we are quite mature, can bless ourselves being quite mature as an organization, that there is broad support on diversity. It is sometimes the local, I wouldn't say resistance, but maybe the local hesitation. And that can be for lack of experience with it that you find. And then it is on you as a leader to provide the confidence and to provide the support you promote into those positions that things will go well, and they do go well in the end.
And I think I'll actually challenge Kitsu as well. What's your take on that?
So I think, firstly, from an Accenture point of view, we've got a very wide lens of inclusion and diversity. So our program spans across 5 main pillars. So it's gender, ethnicity, people with disabilities, mental health, as well as pride. And through all these elements, what we aim to do every single day is to build an organization that is truly, truly inclusive, and the most diverse. Our ambition is truly to create the most diverse organization. As I mentioned, we know that there's a direct correlation between diversity of thought and innovation, And what we then do is just make sure that we enable each and every one of our people to bring their authentic self to work every single day. And across these dimensions, and I think if we look at the South African context as well, the main thrust around the transformation agenda in South Africa, I think the lens is really around gender, ethnicity, as well as people with disabilities. One of the things that we did as Accenture is actually put out very bold goals, where we are saying we want to build an organization that is representative of the country that we live in. And there was hesitance from some of the organizations and stakeholders that our goals were too ambitious, But what we then did is took our people on a journey and engaged their hearts and minds to really connect at a human level around the importance of inclusion and diversity, the importance of belonging, the importance of human connection. The more diverse we are, and I think the one thing that I always say is there's no part of our inclusion and diversity initiative and program that is to our disadvantage. If anything, everything related to this is to our advantage because we are better served. The more diverse we are, we're better served to serve our clients. We're better served to serve our communities.
Sure. That's really, really good. And I think one thing that I can take from that is we forget sometimes that we're humans first, right? Before anything else, we're human beings first. And considering that in everything else that we do, whether it's coming from the top all the way to the bottom or the other way around, it's the fact that the one commonality is that we're all human. So sticking still to the idea of leading from the top, right? Breaking barriers is something that I think you are all familiar with, right? In business, and I also take that in your personal lives as well. How would you say that involving DEI in your respective businesses has made this a real possibility for everyone else, right? I just mentioned that we're all human beings, right? So breaking barriers seems like something that's really normal for leaders and, for people who are incredibly ambitious. But how do you make that a reality for every single person that, you are striving to lead and in the best way possible? I think I'll start with Stefan and then we'll come back to Lizzie.
Well, thank you. I think it is just giving people also the opportunity. I mean, breaking barriers, removing invisible barriers. And I'll give you a very concrete example. I mean, we are just about to move from one building into another one. And colleagues came and said, okay, Stefan, what do you think of these colors and these materials? I said, why do I ask me? Because there is 180 others living who are going to live in that building. So we simply said, guys, here is your voting. Please participate and never complain that the colors in that building or the materials chosen are not the right ones, because I mean, all of us spend at the workplace realistically more time than we spend at home when you deduct the time when you're asleep. So that's a good reason to make it a nice and fun place. And I think it is also creating that space of confidence, of trust to people that said, try things out. And even if you make mistakes, I mean, an organization can never grow without making mistakes, because you do what you always did and you will probably get what you always got. And it is really opening that space for people to try it out. That, for me, is a crucial element in this whole leadership discussion.
Sure. And Liz?
Yeah, I think, for me, breaking barriers is around learning to deal with discomfort. Approaching those things that aren't. I actually wanted to do a survey, but I think the guys online, we're not going to see the results, but I just want to ask a few things, right? So if where you are sitting, who's the guy who scored the first Bafana goal during the 2010 World Cup? Do you know who it is? Then ask yourself, do you know who scored the goal that helped Banyana to make it to the next 16? We all know Simpiwe Chabalala. But do we know Thembi Kgatlana? Do we challenge ourselves to be able to know those people? Who's the captain of the Springboks? And who's the captain of the Protea Spa? And that, to me, is where breaking barriers starts coming. Being intentional about doing things. I mean, we have lots of sports that are happening around women. As women, are we also intentionally making the effort to know and to share the voice? Advertisers are looking for something that's viral, that's going. Are we tweeting about the World Cup? Are we tweeting about the protests? Are we tweeting about the ladies who are from swimming and all that stuff? We need to challenge ourselves and create that discomfort and be intentional about doing it, because that's where DEI comes. Sometimes I feel like we look at the organization, we look at the leaders, but each and every one of us has a space to change, to make that difference. And that's my rally call today, to say, let's be intentional. Let's challenge ourselves. If you don't know who the Banyana team is, you still have a long way to go. Go and check about them. Before they start playing on Sunday, try and know their names. Try and know the Spa Proteas. Who are the names? What are they doing? Because I believe, it's time where you don't expect things to happen to you, but you become that voice of change. And we all have social media. We all have spaces where we can drive this voice of change. And for me, that's how you start breaking barriers. That's how you start making diversity, equity, and inclusivity, live and active. And one of the things that I actually like about when someone described what DEI is around, make people feel seen. So let's go out and make Banyana feel seen. Let's go out and make the Protea Spas, the Spa Proteas feel seen. Let's go out and make our teams feel seen. Let's go out and make other women feel seen. Let's just go out and make things, even the activities that you're doing to drive DEI, make them seen, because visibility is important. Visibility is very important to trigger conversations and to create a movement and to get things going, and also to take that ownership, to say, as an individual, you have the space to be able to drive change.
Sure. I think these are really, really good pointers that we're learning here. I'm learning so much, and I know that you guys are learning just as much and potentially even more as well. I think it's really important to also note the level of intentionality that's required, and also to not expect that just from the guys that are leading, not from the ones that are seen as the decision makers. We all have the ability to be decision makers in our own right, and also just being able to tap into that as well.
Exactly.
Great stuff. So I'm going to get into talking about these different communities that you are all working at serving, right? How important is building a sense of belonging and community in your businesses and in your teams, and what key value do you think has been able to stand out for you, and how have you managed to weave that into your process of leadership? I'm actually going to take this to Kethiwe and to Stefan.
So I think for me, belonging is inextricably linked with diversity and inclusion. And I'll unpack. So diversity is really around the difference around the table. You know, the more diverse we are in terms of look, appearance, you know, the better we are, you know. And then inclusion is everyone around that table feeling that they are in an equitable environment where they can contribute. And belonging is when, as Liz said earlier on, when they feel that they are seen, they are heard and valued for their own individuality. You cannot enable belonging without tapping into diversity and inclusion. You know, and as I mentioned earlier on, that according to our research, there are 6 dimensions to belonging. You know, so the first dimension is relating to self. You know, and you need to belong to yourself first, as I mentioned. And the first 3 dimensions, the 3 dimensions of belonging to self are self-compassion, resilience, and taking care of oneself, you know, so self-care. Without these 3 components as an individual, and you starting with self, where you're compassionate with self, you have a growth mindset, you are courageous to actually be bold and drive innovative and different thinking and courageous, you cannot start to create belonging for others. And how do we create belonging for others? It's the 3 dimensions that we mentioned earlier on. How do we make sure that our people feel seen, they feel heard, and they feel safe?
Sure. And how about you, Stefan?
I like that connection between all of those. I mean, it's really like fostering a sense of belonging and ensuring that everyone has an equal opportunity to contribute, to succeed, to thrive. In a way, it needs to be in the DNA of an organization. And that's the strategic topics to the day-to-day, like I elaborated on earlier with how do the colors look alike. But also with the strategy. I mean, what's the point of a strategy of putting it in a 50 pages document on people's table? It will not succeed because the gardener, the people looking after facilities, they also need to know what is the purpose of the organization. It's not only the what, the how, why do we do it, and why do we exist as an organization? What is the higher sense of what we want to achieve? And you just need to get everybody on board. I mean, with that, you can set the tone for the entire organization and cascade it down through all the levels of leadership. And that means that in the end, then everybody has that sense of belonging. Yes, I can contribute. I know what I can do. I have the freedom to propose alternative ways. That, for me, is what this is all about.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. I think I'm going to take a bit of a turn at this point because we've spoken a lot about, leadership from the top, talking about tapping into communities and the importance and significance of that. I'm also going to talk about something that's a really, really big topic, right? ESG. How do we use DEI as a tool to unlock ESG while adding value to business? I know ESG is really, really topical, you know, with COP26 being in Africa last year. But yeah, I think Stefan, maybe let's touch with you. How do you see DEI as a tool that we can use to unlock ESG while adding value to business?
It is a perfect tool. It is a perfect tool to do that. I mean, if you authentically live what we talked about in DEI, you contribute to ESG.
And how about you, Lizzie? Do you agree, or do you share different sentiments, perhaps?
Oh, yeah. No, definitely agree. I mean, we talk about diversity of thought. We talk about a sense of belonging, right? And if you look at ESG, it talks about the environment, social, and how you're governing it. I mean, in South Africa, we've set a lot because of our past from inclusivity perspective around race and gender. And I think now we need to actually start seeing, to say, beyond them being an inclusive drive, how do you unlock value? Like I look at Nedbank with our purpose of being financial experts who do good. We are driving beyond our board. You look at our board, there's representations, females are there. You look at our group EXCO, there is representation, female are there. You look at our own RBB EXCO, there's representations, female are there. So from a visibility perspective, that is there. But now you need to say, how does it help you to unlock value and to drive drive business. And I mean, in our space, I look at the space that I run within retail and business banking, looking at the green economy, the township economy, the female economy. Those are key pillars that we are using to unlock value for the business. You look at the female, economy. There is stats that shows that, women are an economy by themselves. They do things differently. They buy differently. How they manage money is very different. Women is higher population than anything else. And there are actually 4 truths that we've picked up when we started this initiative around, female economy. Women are prudent savers. For us banks, when we start looking at impairments and defaulters, you want prudent, borrowers who that they are going to default less, they are going to pay you back. And women have shown that attribute from study to study. Women are great savers. I mean, we don't need to go far. You look at Stockfells, to say the money that those Stockfells are driving is amazing. The women on the streets who are selling magwinya have produced doctors just from the money that they were doing, from magwinya. Women are actually loyal. Women are also very loyal. You serve women in the way that meets their needs. Then they are loyal. And when they are loyal, they speak about you. They become free advertising. Yeah. So those are the core aspects that we start saying as businesses. How do we look at them differently? You start looking at, township economy, what other people call the informal economy. It's an economy on its own. It's got its own rules. It's got its own things. And as Nedbank, we are intentional to say, how do we partner? How do we collaborate? We know with township businesses, with township communities and societies to be able to drive things. Like, for example, with driving initiatives are Pride of My Town, where we get to a community and say, what do you need? If they say we need an ECD center, we work with them to develop an ECD center. If they say we require entrepreneurial, we equip them with entrepreneurial skills. So this is all about how, as businesses, we go out and we start driving this, diversity and equity. We're working with an organization called Kudoti. For their, collectors of waste. We've digitized how they get their money because we know most of them don't have bank accounts. We've digitized it through wallets so that they are able to be paid immediately, and from their wallets, they can use their wallets to also buy goods without actually having to withdraw money. So it's all about how do we use this diversity of thought? How do we use this inclusivity of bringing people? I mean, a good example, when we wanted to run a pilot in Mamelodi, we actually sent an email to our internal staff and say, those of you who grew up from Mamelodi, come talk to us and give us insights about Mamelodi. The insights that we got there was amazing. People were telling us who are the influencers, who are the business drivers, and that's how, as businesses, we start first leveraging our staff to get insights. Looking at, representation to start saying, when you have more people in your teams, they start telling you, but guys, here are all the opportunities within the female economy, within the township economy, within the green economy space. So I think that's how, as organizations, we start driving, leveraging, diversity and equity, not just as a tick box, but as an unlock for value, because ultimately we need to make money to be able to do the things that we need to do and the impact that we make.
Sure. No, these insights are absolutely incredible. And also it's quite interesting because I'm also from Soweto, so that township economy conversation is something I can definitely relate to. And also a really, really big shout out to all the mothers that have been able to really bring out so much success in terms of the next generation of doctors, of lawyers, of accountants, just from being able to have that hustlers and leadership mindset as well.
Yeah.
To close off, I'm actually going to leave this down to Ketiwe and to Lizzie. What do you think organizations can do to leverage diversity of thought to create an inclusive and equitable society? Ketiwe, I'm happy for you to start.
I think going back again to the points that we raised, that the more diverse we are, the more we are able to serve our communities, and I'll give an example of a program that we did, a project that we did in rural KZN, which is called CE3. So CE3 stands for Connectivity, Education, Electricity for Entrepreneurship. This is in rural KZN, off the border of Mozambique, about 5 kilometers from the border of Mozambique. These are off-grid communities, a farming community. And when we actually came to this community, we saw potential, and I was looking for someone in the firm, to actually go and do a feasibility study. And what was important was someone that could relate, So we first initially spec'd it, and we really struggled, because I think I really wanted to make sure that it was someone who's going to understand the local nuances in this community, where we collaborate and partner with the communities, because the communities have got a wealth of knowledge, so I finally got someone who was from KZN and also understood that we needed a male, because a female cannot be engaging with tribal authorities, So understanding those nuances and respecting those, the immense knowledge as well in the community, and working with the community to create change is really the opportunity of just the cultural intelligence and tapping into the differences that we have from an inclusion and diversity point of view. In this community, we've put in a 50-kilowatt microgrid. We've got a digital innovation center and a agricultural, the cooperative actually, there's an irrigation system that is watered by the same 50-kilowatt microgrid. But we've also trained 2,500 young people from this particular community who had no idea around the digital world and opportunities in the digital. So I often say that talent is dispersed equally, but opportunities aren't. So how do we leverage our difference and the exposure that we have to really take the knowledge and be intentional? Lizzie spoke about intentionality earlier on. Being intentional to really go at a grassroots level and move beyond a tick box approach and a spray and pray approach, and have a long game approach to social impact.
Sure. And how about you, Lizzie?
Yeah, I think firstly, as an organization, we must acknowledge that DEI it's tough. It's not easy. Like as a leader in my team, having diversity of thought when you're trying to problem solve, it's nice when you are ideating, but when it comes to execution, sometimes it becomes tough because you don't see things the same way you see things. But acknowledge that it's tough and be intentional about it, I think for me is one of the important things. And acknowledge the privilege that we have as organizations and the difference that we can make, right? And be cognizant of some of the nuances. I mean, I normally talk about inclusivity of, inclusivity of thought becomes quite important. Equity of information. Like sometimes you can exclude people by omitting them from knowing and understanding, things. Inclusivity of exposure. Very, very important. Like, if I go out, if your kids, you can get your kids to to be shadowed by another CEO. And other spaces, someone doesn't even know a CEO. They can't even say. So already that's creating inequality. How do we start being intentional around how we think of equity beyond race and gender? Because there are so many things that are driving exclusion. And some of them are subtle. And it's to challenge ourselves around those subtle things, those difficult things. I mean, our EXCO has embarked on a journey around DEI with an organization. They're asking us tough questions as the leaders, and sometimes you need to reflect and to take a step back about it. So the fact that, as organizations, be intentional, create those conversations, showcase the tangible things that you're doing, acknowledge where you're not, as an organization, you're not going on. I mean, we are part of the UN study that assesses, an independent party that assesses us as Nedbank, how we are doing it. And some of the feedback, we get surprised. We're like, but we are making, we are doing these things. Also understanding that there is no end state where you say, we have arrived. It's a constantly changing goalpost. Acknowledge where you've done well, acknowledge where the gaps are, and be intentional around closing those gaps, because there's still a long way to go.
There really is still a long way to go, but I think we're making
successes that also we can acknowledge and celebrate. Like days like today, it's just to pause and reflect, because sometimes there are those challenges to say, why are we sitting? Why are we constantly talking? But we need to pause and reflect around the progress we've made. We need to pause and learn from each other, challenge each other, then start saying, how do we gear ourselves? Because you need that energy to gear yourself up to continue to keep pushing and to keep. But it's hard, but it's not doable. But acknowledge the successes and keep pushing.
I think I absolutely agree with that. This was incredibly, incredibly insightful. I think from understanding the power of purpose in your leadership and that it starts with yourself, understanding the key part of it being intentionality, and I think also being able to bring in the societies that we exist in as a crucial, crucial part of the conversation. Thinking about DEI can't be just a theory that we just think about. It is people at the end of the day, and we really need to kind of plug into that in every single part of what we do. Thank you so, so much for your time, for your insights, and for so many learnings that I've taken, and I think everyone else has taken as well. I'm going to hand back over to Masa.
I, for one, am extremely grateful to our panelists back here. So encouraged to listen to such powerhouses and organizations and the work that they're doing. When I think about the work that I do and the lack of accountability that I often see coming from the public sector, a lot of the time I wish that we had people like the ones behind me making these kinds of decisions. And as Lizzie has said, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be tough. And when I was listening to Katie just speak now to say, some of the challenges were actually with our own stakeholders, to get them on board too. It really isn't an easy task. But I would like to second Lizzie's challenge to everybody to learn Banyana's team's names. We have until Sunday, and on Sunday we do what? We watch Carte Blanche, and we also support Banyana and make sure that we learn those names, and we also support the SPAR Proteas as well, and all the national women's teams, where, as much as we do the men's teams. This panel has been really interesting for me because, again, like in the intro this morning, I mentioned that the Voices of Change movement is about a collaboration. It's about both men and women coming together to achieve gender equality. So he was not here by mistake at all. This is a true collaboration. Coming up next, we have a fascinating speaker, another very interesting story. She is in the business of what many of us love to consume, and it is wine. But she has a fascinating story of how she basically started from the ground up. And she was hit by the wine bug while she was studying at Stellenbosch University. But unlike the rest of us, she didn't just go and consume it. She went and completed her BSc and her BSc honors in wine biotechnology. And that's when Erica O started the House of Erica O. She is online. I'll let her speak more about herself. I'd like to thank our panelists behind me once again. I know you gained a lot of insights, and coming up next, we've got Erica.
Making wine is like storytelling. In winemaking, you need to listen very carefully to what the vineyard communicates. And when you're able to do that, we can tell the story of that vineyard. And when you drink a wine, you need to be transported to that place. I'm Erica Obermeyer. I'm the owner and winemaker of Erica Obermeyer Wines. I established Erica Obermeyer Wines in 2016 after I had 13 years of a wonderful career with Grainbeck Wines as their still winemaker. We focus on small batches, high quality wines from 4 different regions. So I ventured out into the whole of the Western Cape and found these unique vineyard sites that tells a really unique story. I also choose a specific varietal from that region that can be heroed. It's all terroir-driven wines that's handcrafted, small batches. So I started the brand in 2016, and now 6 vintages later, I had the huge privilege to do my first crush in this new cellar, which is almost like an open kitchen. I can invite my customer in here to experience the whole process of winemaking, the energy, the excitement around winemaking, to share that and not to only stop at a tasting room, to be able to go into the cellar and really be part of the action. I focus on Stellenbosch mainly for my reds, Cabernet Sauvignon and Syrah. I also work with the Achterpaal area and Wellington for some old vine Cinsault and Grenache. And I added some Chenin to the brand, which is not released yet. And then the Groenekloof area, so close to the cold Atlantic, is just the best place to source Sauvignon Blanc from. It was a goosebump moment to join the Cape Winemakers Guild. It is the pinnacle of winemaking in South Africa. The real magic of the Guild is that you think twice about everything because you're challenged to produce a wine that's not only absolutely near perfect and one of the best examples of South Africa and good fine wine, it makes you think about a site. How can you express that site maybe in a different way? The power of the Guild is really how it encourages winemakers to become better. I've decided to make a Cabernet Sauvignon or Cabernet-based wine to showcase the beautiful power of Stellenbosch, but also in the same sense that elegance and that unique flavors that we get from these ancient soils. I need to have a very, very soft hand, not to force a wine in any direction, to really let the vineyard tell the story.
Hello everyone, I hope you can all hear me. A warm welcome from Stellenbosch. It's so lovely to be part of this event, and a very big shout out to Voices of Change, and thank you to Nedbank for organizing this event. It's so amazing to be part of it. So I will share a short little introduction on myself and my journey through wine. It's been the most amazing journey. I grew up in the coal town of Sutherland. My dad was sheep farming there, and obviously not very, we didn't have a lot of wine when I grew up. Only during our times around Christmas table, a big bottle of red were often opened, but I had very little introduction into wine. Other from that, I just had a very big love for nature. So my journey into wine started a little bit different in the sense that I wanted to study medicine. From a very young age, I loved nature, I loved science, I loved mathematics, and I just loved the whole amazing magic feeling around chemistry. So I always thought that I will go into medicine. My mum was a nurse, my sister went into the same direction, and she was a nurse for a few years. And I wanted to be a medical doctor. I went to Stellenbosch in 1995 as a very young student with the world as an oyster, and I had so many dreams. Unfortunately, wasn't accepted into medicine in that year, so I decided to just do the basic BSc study and then start my new journey into medical application into the course the year after. And very, very soon I fell in love with wine. Being in Stellenbosch, surrounded by the beautiful vineyards and just the culture of wine being a day-to-day thing, I think it was very hard to avoid it for too long. So within 4 months into my studies in my first year, I changed course and I started to pursue my career in wine. I wasn't at that point very certain and sure how it will end. So I was more into the chemistry side and then the analytical side of wine, and soon then realized that I wanted to get my hands dirty. So from there on, I started my career. My very first job was up in Vredendal in the almost Northern Cape, one of the largest wineries in not only South Africa, but the Southern Hemisphere. And it was like the biggest task at hand to color code the lines that were actually transporting the wine from tank to tank, because it was just too big to keep track of what is where. I only stayed for a year there. And I think this started to realize that women in wine will have a very, very tough and challenging way ahead of them. I think back in 1998, 99, when I started, it was definitely very, very different from today. And I'm extremely proud to say that the wine industry today is very inclusive. I think we have come such a far way. I think as an industry, we probably can be rated up there as one of the best industries to look at how inclusivity all around, not just women, but in any aspect in the wine industry, it is really embraced, it's talked about, and we almost like, I think we've so focused in our daily ongoings to really be inclusive in all, but it just certainly didn't happen that way. It wasn't like that. Thinking back of my career, I always loved nature. I didn't have very much to do when I grew up. Nature was really my friend. I spent hours and hours in nature, and there a certain language kind of like develops. So I'm able to relate to nature in a different way. I know how it communicates, and I think that is what I've always drawn on in terms of my winemaking. But certainly starting out, I came back to Stellenbosch in the early 2000s, and I realized like I'll have to quickly get a plan together and tackle this in a different way, I think, because back then women had not really the true winemaker jobs. There were only a few, literally a handful. I can remember not even 5 people that were really true winemakers back then. And I realized that if I want to succeed, I will have to be very clever in the way of how I will get there. So I very soon learned that I'll have to have a vision and a mission and a plan. And I thought, how can I really do this? Is to be as best. I think when you have passion, when there's purpose, and when there's hard work, magic really always happen. I've never not seen it that way. So I very, very quickly learned that if I can equip myself as possible knowledge, I can not only show to people that I know what I'm talking about, but very soon they'll respect me, and they might even knock on my door to come in and find out how we do things. I think the wine industry is also very competitive in nature. We get reviewed often. Our wines are always judged on various panels. And even whether you like it or not, you need to be quite competitive, but in that also accept the challenges around that. So the more I just equip myself with knowledge, I literally I used all my savings, all my spending money. I had no life for years because I literally went to every technical seminar. I attended every tasting, any course material that I could lay my hands on to just become better as a winemaker and as a human. But that also equipped me to not only just use that information, but to share it with my colleagues. I think also I quickly learned that you're stronger together. No one really wins any battles by themselves. We need people around us. And I think it's important to share, to reach out to your colleagues, whether they're women and men. It's just we're stronger together. And I think that is maybe why the wine industry is so amazing today, that we really understand that women add so much to wine and that we can't do everything ourselves. We need the men also to help us to lift these heavy barrels. I'm the very first one that always said that it's not I want to outshine anybody in the cellar or show them that I'm better. It's more that I want to show everyone in the team that we're a team, that if one person is not part in that whole chain of reactions that needs to happen in wine, it's just always going to be a failed business. So I think that is the strategy I've always went about, in definitely just reaching out, being involved, making sure that you share your knowledge. And very quickly from there, I think it took me probably a few years, and all of a sudden I was on the same lineup in panels, often judging, often being rewarded awards. And I was the only woman in the group. There were like 7 men and then 1 woman, but it was always celebrated. And I think slowly but surely we started this whole new thing in the wine industry. We all realized that we better together, that we don't have to compete with men, that we can draw on our strength as women and as men to make this industry better. And I think as women in the wine industry, women is natural carers. We born that way, that we want to be compassionate, we want to care. So I think in winemaking, there's a lot of detail involved. You always need to know these barrels and wine that you harvest, they become like babies, and you need to care for them for sometimes up to 2 years and longer before they bottle. So therein lies the strength of what women can add to the industry as very good caretakers, very dedicated people, very much attention to detail. And if you use all of these characteristics, you can grow into what really is acquired from a winemaker, the true definition of what a winemaker is. I think very, very quickly, I would say maybe around 2010, I was very, very privileged to work for the Grainbeck family. And that was just such an eye-opener for me, where I was seen as a true contributor to the team and not needing to prove myself anymore. I just went out, and the confidence that I gained from that, just being truly, truly accepted for who I am, I think that is something that we need to strive for, to be vulnerable, to know where you need help and assistance, to know where your strengths lie. And if we can all embrace that and just try and work more towards that, we can really, truly succeed. So that kind of like a quick introduction to the challenges I faced. I think that was just kind of like setting me up for the other challenges that I was going to experience. So I worked for Kleine Zalse after I left Vredendal for about 5-6 years. From there, I went to the Grainbeck family, and I worked with them for almost 13 years. And very sadly, they decided then to close down the still wine part of their business, which I headed up. And at that same time, I was confronted with a very, very big illness in my vision. I literally almost went blind. Over a few years, I developed very, very serious keratoconus, which is just deformed corneas, but it ended up with me having 10% vision in my left eye and 30% in my right eye. And I was only able to work for a few hours a day, coping with very extreme contact lenses. And at that time, I lost my job. I didn't have any kind of like personality anymore. I didn't know what I was really all about, because I lost my security, and I was almost 40 at that time. And I then realized that we just need to always believe in ourselves. If you've got passion and you've got that purpose where you know where you want to go, you can always make your dream happen. So I ventured out. I started my own company, really a leap of faith. Not able to even drive. I used Uber drivers to take the vineyards and to cellars for a number of years. I had like a total of 5 years where I had very, very limited vision. But today I've got almost 100% vision in my right eye, and almost, very, very lucky to have perfect vision now with my glasses. So I think it was also the challenges that I had to conquer in my early years as a winemaker that set me up to start my own business. I think very, very soon I realized if it wasn't for those strengths that I kind of like built into my system as a winemaker, I would not have succeeded. To start your own business is hard enough. I started it in a little bit of a different way, where I don't own a vineyard. I just set up cellar and I buy the grapes. I work with these producers, and I bring the fruit to the cellar, and then I obviously process it from grape to bottle, and then also take care of the sales. So from a big company with all the support, I was faced with a new challenge of being women alone in a wine business, trying to make a living selling. I do about 30,000 bottles a year, but that kind of like brought me to the new challenge in my life, where I realized that I have to go out and I have to really believe in myself. I need to show up and know that I can call on these amazing relationships. I think wine is very much, the business of wine is all about relationships. You need to have a very good relationship with your customer. You need to understand what they really like, but also your producers, your suppliers, and most importantly, growing the grapes. So I work very closely with only men teams, where I have to negotiate prices, beat off the big corporates. But I think all in all, every little step in my journey, I'm extremely proud to say that I've always tried to stay true to myself, to embrace my strength and to also embrace my weaknesses, to reach out, to know where I need to ask for help, that we don't have to do it all ourselves, and that most of all, we need to enjoy what we do. I'm very lucky to have a glass of wine whenever I want to. Some mornings when it's hot, I just do a tasting 8 o'clock in the morning. It's the best time to taste wine, and your day is just brighter from there on. But I think we've come so far in the fact that we know that it's not just me, it's he, she, and us. And if we embrace that and we speak these challenges and we talk about it, and we become better by making better choices. And I think that is the true essence of Voices of Change, which is a brilliant, brilliant example of how we can all grow together. We can become better by speaking up and taking help from other people, and know that we are the best together. Thank you so much for listening to my story. Have a wonderful Friday and enjoy the rest of this amazing event. Thank you all.
Wow, what an inspiring story. Thank you so much to Erica, from a sheep farm to the winelands. I've just thoroughly enjoyed listening to some of the challenges that she said she has able to overcome, and some of the pearls of wisdom, just to share and remind us that we are stronger together as a collective, to say that this isn't about removing the one gender and saying the one is okay without the other, but actually working together. What I also heard her say is that 8 a.m. is the best time to taste wine. Erica, I mean, please, I will quote you on that if I am ever going to be having wine as early as 8 o'clock in the morning. I can safely say that Erica has told me that it is allowed, right, for everybody. So we know that Erica has told us that. But, you know, her insights about, you know, also losing her vision, you know, entering a male-dominated space, having to learn and equip herself with all the information that she did. What I took is that she really poured her heart and soul and money into this dream that she had. She invested in herself, invested in the coursework that she needed to do to better herself. But most importantly, she says she didn't harbor on that information for herself. She actually shared it. And that is exactly what this movement, Voices of Change, is all about. So a very big thank you to Erica for her talk. Coming up next is a phenomenal, inspirational woman. I must tell you that every time I have seen her, she's added an even better credential, an even better achievement. I pray that the journey of women, gender equality and women emancipation is as fruitful as her career has been. Because today is also about celebrating women such as this who have achieved a lot, who are continuing to shine and raise the torch for gender equality. I am speaking none other than Dr. Ntombi Mangwane, who also, I must add, when I first met her, was studying towards her PhD. The second time I met her, she was doctor. Right, she had qualified. The third time I saw her, she was championing amazing work at Accenture and pioneering the Voices of Change movement. Some might call her one of the mothers of this movement, as she is one of the founding members. Without further ado, she is now at Vodacom Business as the executive head of marketing, moving on from Accenture and spreading those sprinkles and pearls of wisdoms of hers. So without further ado, I'd like to bring to the stage Dr. Ntombi Mangwane.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. And thank you so much, Masa, for such a warm welcome as well. Thank you so much. Well, you all know who I am. My name is Dr. Ntombi Mangwane, and I am a very proud founding member of the Voices of Change movement. Today, I'd like to talk to you about tapping into the Voices of Change inner expression. Others might actually call it walking the talk, but I say we are tapping into our inner expression as the Voices of Change movement. You see, I am the lucky one. Yes, you heard me. I said I am the lucky one. You see, I had the pleasure and honor to meet Thando and Nothando. These two beautiful young ladies are two of the 6 young people that Voices of Change sponsored to attend the Rotary Youth Leadership Awards Camp, otherwise known as RYLA. Now, what is RYLA? RYLA is an intensive leadership experience for young boys and young girls, organized by Rotary clubs around the world. Voices of Change has partnered with Rotary, and we are now operating with an international organization right here from South Africa. And at these camps, these young people, they learn about communicating, problem solving, discovering strategies for becoming dynamic leaders, leaders in schools, leaders in communities. They learn about what it takes to be an inspirational leader, what it takes to be an inspirational speaker, and also how to connect with your peer mentors as well. They also learn about unlocking their potential, learning how to motivate others, learning how to motivate themselves, but most of all, they learn how to have fun and create lasting friendships and bonds. You see, what many of you may not be aware of is that this year, Voices of Change partnered with Sandton Rotary Club to gain access to these youth camps. On Tuesday night, I had the honor and pleasure to listen to Tando and Notando. They are the 2 young peoples that we sent to the camp. It was beautiful watching them give us feedback. They came back to the Sandton Rotary Club to tell us about their experience. Remember, Tando, Notando, and all 6 of the young people that Voices of Change sponsored to send to this youth leadership camp. They were sponsored and were given access to the camp by Sandton Rotary Club. So they came to give feedback to the Sandton Rotary Club. What was beautiful to watch was how the girls were saying, we're 16, we didn't feel we needed to be there. We didn't want to be there. Our mother made us go there. We felt we didn't belong. But how they then changed the narrative and said, going on that youth camp was one of the best things we could have done for ourselves. One, we were welcomed. We were dealing with students who were our age, but also students who were in higher standards, and some of them in first-year university. We learned about what teamwork is. They spoke about how even if you are an individual contributing towards the broader team, you need to be able to lift the other struggling team members who are also contributing towards any and all work. They were engaging in activities where they were helping each other win as a team, helping each other deliver projects, helping each other deliver successful speeches and also projects and executions. What you do not realize is that we at Voices of Change have put our money where our mouths are. We are walking the talk. I say we are tapping into our inner expressions. Why do I say that? Because when we started Voices of Change 6 years ago, we said we are starting a movement. And if I remember clearly, we said we do not want to be an August talk shop. We don't want to be part of the August talk shop brigade where women only talk to each other and engage with each other in August. And if I remember clearly, we said we want to challenge the narrative of the pull her down syndrome, the PhD syndrome, as they call it. But what we said we wanted to achieve when we started Voices of Change 6 years ago, we said we want to, number one, support each other as women from various organizations, grow together. Number 2, we said we want to share stories that inspire one another, where we can learn from other women outside our organizations, but also hear from men who are part of the organizations that make up this movement. Number 3, we said we would talk about failure and success so that we can learn from one another, learn what it takes to get to the top, learn the hardships, learn the wins, but also know that if others have done it, we can do it too. Number 4, we said we would invite men from all organizations of our partnership, of our movement, to be part of this journey. Because we know that equality cannot be achieved by just women working together. We also said, number 5, the point I want to focus on, we said we want to make sure our movement would find a way to impact young people at schools so that we address the systematic changes and the inappropriate behaviors from grassroots level. Well, take a bow. Every single partner who is joining us today has contributed towards us changing the lives of young people. We are now working with young people in partnership with the Sandton Rotary Club to train young people, help them understand the right behaviors, help them understand what teamwork is, what confidence is, what empathy is, and what it's going to take for them to move to the top. We, as Voices of Change, are not just meeting in August. We are talking from the beginning of the year. We launch every year on the 8th of March on International Women's Day, and we have activity till the end of the year. And this activity includes our coffee and our growth sessions with our leaders, where they share lessons about how they got to the top. We also have our books that we distribute to schools where we are teaching young boys and girls about the right behaviors. We also have our camps where young people working with Rotary International, working with the Sandton Rotary Club, they get access to these young youth leadership camps, and they are growing and learning what it takes to be a woman at the top, to be a leader at the top. And Voices of Change, you made this happen. We are not a top shop. We are absolutely that movement that is working at a corporate level with all our partners, but we are also that movement that is infiltrating, impacting, and moving into grassroots, working with young people in schools and sending them on these beautiful camps. I'd like to encourage you to reach out to us to find out what happened with Thando and Nothando. These two young, unknowing, non-believers who thought, why is my mother sending me on this camp? And then find out from Thando and Nothando about how it changed their lives and how they are insisting on being part of the next youth camp that Voices of Change will sponsor. Voices of Change. We are changing lives. Masa said, we started as a small group 6 years ago. We started as a group of 200. We grew to about 300 the second year. The third year, 1,005. The fourth year, we had 5,000. Last year, we had 11,000 people. And this year, we are growing some more, and we are bringing in young people to help them be the future leaders that we know South Africa needs. Building the confidence, letting young girls know that you too can get to the top. So please, find out more about our Ryla youth leadership camps. Find out how they've changed the lives of the 6 young people that we've sent there. Understand how we are working with Rotary International and the Sandton Rotary Club to really give young people the guidance, coaching, and leadership they need to be the female leaders that South Africa requires. We are a movement that is changing lives at the bottom and at the top. And when you change the life of this young person, she talks about it to her friends. They want to come to the camp. We then impact that family. We impact that community. We impact that school, because we are making sure that Voices of Change is not just about August and Women's Month in August. We are making a change all the way, all the time, all through the year, from young people all the way into corporates. I'd like to congratulate you for being a partner and a member of the Voices of Change movement. I'd like to thank you for your contribution that has allowed us to buy the books to distribute to schools, to actually pay and send these young people to the camps. And I want to stay. Please stay with us so that we can continue changing lives. Stay with us so that we can show South Africa that corporates are able to work together despite their differences. You are making a change in the lives of those young people. You, as a Voices of Change partner, made it possible. And I want to say thank you, and let's keep growing our beautiful movement. Thank you.
It was so inspiring. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate that. Again, like every other year after Ntombi leaves the floor, we just feel inspired and able to achieve. I'm very inspired to hear about the Ryla camp for young people, for boys and girls, and to hear about Tando and Notando. I'm looking forward to seeing the kind of future that they're going to pave, because as we know, we really do need young leaders who are going to be at the forefront of championing gender equality as well. So a big thank you to Dr. Mangwane for that powerful speech, and I can concur that we have always said year on year on year, this Voices of Change is not an event, it's a movement. It is consistent 365 days of the year for 6 years, and it is growing. I am so encouraged, and I hold it very dear to my heart. So thank you very much to all the partners and all the work that you do, not only today, but every other day in driving this movement. We are going to take a quick lunch break. I will see you at 2 o'clock, where we will have our breakaway sessions. The topics are phenomenal, and so you do want to stay tuned for that. So we will be back at 2 o'clock. A very warm welcome back to the 2023 Voices of Change Women's Month celebration. I hope you've had a great lunch. I hope you've had time to digest all the pearls of wisdom that we've learned in this morning's session. We have a beautiful jam-packed afternoon with some phenomenal speakers. But before we head to the breakout session and the rest of our speakers for the remainder of the day, we have some words of wisdom and some insights and messages from some of our supporting partners. The CEO of Carne, we've got Theo Sibia, as well as the cluster lead SSA and country manager at Pfizer South Africa, that is Kevin Francis. Let's hear what they have to say.
At the start of 2022, Carne Africa became a member of the 30% Club, Southern Africa, business engaged, and a core partner of Voices of Change. This intentional move resonated with one of our firm's principal guiding values, the value of essential rightness. Making equality the norm in the workplace is essentially right, and we as Carne couldn't pass up on the opportunity to work with like-minded people and organizations to drive change. She, he, we is power is a powerful statement that truly speaks to who we are and how we operate as Carne. leveraging our local and global network, Connie understands the importance of bringing all forces together to drive meaningful change, and we embody this from the top down, and equally importantly, from the bottom up. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are part of our DNA and our mindset, finding expression in everything we do, in how we give of our best to our clients, in how we give of our best to our people, and in how we serve our communities. As such, we are proud to be part of a movement such as Voices of Change that has reached tens of thousands through thoughtful engagement, quality conversation, and active change efforts over the past 6 years. We are fully committed to continuing this collaboration and journey for many years to come.
The Voices of Change movement is built on a solid foundation of Pfizer's organizational values: diversity, inclusion, and equity. Most importantly, we, as an organization, participate in this movement because I and every member of Pfizer's leadership team support the Voices of Change movement. We all embrace diversity by respecting and celebrating diversity in all its forms. We also contribute to creating a richer work environment where everyone feels valued and respected by embracing inclusivity in the workplace. On this occasion, let us seize the opportunity to advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion through Voices of Change in the healthcare environment and beyond that positively impacts our families, communities, and every South African.
Impactful messaging there from leaders at Carney as well as Pfizer, who are part of our partners for 2023 Voices of Change movement event. Without further ado, this is one of the exciting parts of the program. It is the breakout sessions. You are spoiled for choice in these sessions because you have two formidable speakers to choose from. If you'd like to stay in the session in studio, we have Jabu Zwane. And for the MS Team session, we've also got David Gonzalez, and he'll be talking about love and respect. Now, David has gone from working in a butchery to driving trucks to becoming a successful psychologist. He's also a father of 3 and is fascinating to listen to and has very interesting stories to share. So if you'd like to be a part of that session with David, he is already online. You may go through to the Business Engage website, and there is a link over there for the MS Team session with David Gonzalez on love and respect. And if you'd like to stay in this session, we've got Jabu Zwane, equally as successful and really wise, and he'll be sharing some of his fascinating stories with us. Some fun facts that I learned about Jabu Zwane is that he was stuck in the US during lockdown COVID period for 8 months. And during that time, he took a job as basically a gardener. He was cutting grass, as a driver, and cleaning houses. Now, you'll see the man that's going to come onto the stage, obviously well put together, obviously really well and smart. So how does he go from being widowed at the tender age of 37, starting over at 39, and becoming the powerhouse that he is today? He will be talking to us about minding your words and mind your mindset, so you want to stay tuned for that. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Jabu Zwane to the stage and David onto the online team.
Well, thank you so much for such a wonderful and a warm welcome. I really, really appreciate that. And good afternoon to everybody that's watching right now. Yes, my name is Jabu Zwane. I'm a passionate South African. I'm a father. I'm just so excited to be here this afternoon because talking about the issues of our mindset is important. For many of us, we don't really understand why we think the way we think. Most of the time, actually, we have this question that we ask ourselves: how did I get here? I can't believe that I did that. Why did I do that? And all of this has everything to do with the fact that we've got to really understand where our thoughts come from. I don't normally like to start off with stats, but for this particular session, I would just beg you a little bit to indulge me and to think about these stats with me. Are you aware of how many thoughts we think on a daily basis? There's anything from different researchers that tell us anything from 12,000 a day to about 120,000, and 120,000, depending on whatever research platform you're reading. The reality is that a lot, okay? And the second thing is that, are we aware that of that, whatever thousands of thoughts we're having every day, how many of them are we aware of? Now, here's another very interesting stat. It is said that at a conscious level, where you're able to hear, you're able to see, you're able to taste and touch and be part of the environment, we only can process up to 2,000 megabits of data per second. That's about 20 megabytes. Contrasting that with a shocking stat, and that is that up to 10 million bits of information by someone like Dr. Ben Carson. Dr. Ben Carson has told us that up to 10 million bits of information at an unconscious level. So if you do a very simple basic maths, 2,000 over 10 million, that basically means that less than 1% of the thoughts we think at a conscious level is actually what, or rather we're only thinking less than 1% of our thoughts at a conscious level. So if you think about that maybe as a triangle, and you take the triangle, the top being the thinner part of the triangle and the bottom being the bigger part of the triangle, and 50% of that being the unconscious mind, and about 30% of that being about the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and only the tiny bit at the top there being conscious. Why is this important? It is important because of the fact that often what we end up thinking about or actually becoming part of our actions, of our emotions, of what we do, has everything to do with that bottom part that we're not even aware of. To really bring that home, I want to share a little bit of a story. It's a story about my mother and I. I didn't grow up with my mother. Most of my time in school, my mother was working as a domestic worker during apartheid. And unfortunately, that basically meant that I only saw her maybe at most twice or 3 times a year. And I remember there was a time for many years where she couldn't come home. And I later found out that part of that had to do with the fact that she wasn't earning enough and she couldn't save enough to come and see me. And that basically obviously then created that gap between her and I. And then much later on when I was older, after I lost my first wife, she came home, she came to my house to come and help me out. And I remember this one time, she was sitting on the stoop outside and she was polishing my 2 pairs of boots. Now, I like my boots unpolished, a little bit ruggedy and rough. And she didn't know this. And she was trying to help me out. The end result of that was that this pair of boots end up looking more like these prison shiny boots, taking away that suave and that look that I was trying to create with my boots. And something hit me so much when I saw that. I was appreciative of what she was doing, but I was equally very upset that she did that. But it wasn't so much that she did that. There was this discomfort, seeing my mother for the first time, being there for me as her son. When I'm much older, I didn't know how to process that whole situation. And that's what led me to thinking about this story. That at that moment, so much of my emotions and the way that I was feeling was controlled by my history with my mother. And at a conscious level, I found it difficult to truly appreciate the kind gesture that she was showing me for what it was. And as a result, I was not very pleasant. I can remember very well that in terms of my face, I knew that I was not very pleasant. Thankfully, I'm normally a very kind person. I don't normally just let my speech run off from my tongue without thinking about it. So I didn't really say anything terrible, but I can tell you one thing for sure. She kind of got the idea from my non-verbal communication that was not a very pleasant thing that she did, even though she did it out of a very good intention of her heart. So what that tells us is this. Unless we understand where our thoughts come from, we will never fully have control of our actions. And as long as we don't have a full control of our actions, we also have a very limited control of our outcomes. So for wherever you are, I want you to write 4 words. The first word is thoughts. The second word is beliefs. The third word is actions. And then the last word is outcomes. Thoughts, beliefs, actions, and outcomes. Let's start with thoughts. What I keep on learning and what I keep on realizing, and perhaps you've gone through this, maybe this is similar to your own experience as well, is the following. Most of the way we think, even in our older lives, has a lot to do with our formative years. Has a lot to do with what we learned growing up, especially up until the time where we have the intellectual competence to analyze, to assess, to validate, to reject what we don't want. And that is probably between the ages of 0, maybe up to the ages of 15, 16. And in that time, there's something that we call the approved sources of influence. And that'll be anything from your mother to your teachers, to your older siblings, to the coach at the school, or even the priest at the church, whoever it is that forms part of your formative structure at the time, and who has some degree of authority as far as influencing you is concerned. That is what forms some of the things, the beliefs, your attitudes, the positions that you take on certain matters, the way that you look at yourself as far as your identity is concerned, the way that you look at yourself as far as your abilities are concerned. Did they instill a strong belief in your ability to achieve and do things? Did they discourage that ability? When you were asking questions, were you seen as a curious child who's trying to learn and grow? Or were you seen as somebody who's a nuisance, who's constantly creating chaos because you're constantly disrupting and asking questions? And then you can begin to form beliefs around that. And if you don't understand, the sort of like the meaningful contribution that your approved sources of influence have had on your own way of thinking up until this point, you pretty much become a victim to your own thinking. When I think about the approved sources of influence is this. The difference rather between the approved source of influence and somebody who is not is that if you meet a stranger right now as an older person and they say something terrible about you, you may get upset, but you don't really take it to heart because you don't know who they are, and you can easily discount that. You can literally just analyze and assess it and see whether or not it's valid, and then simply just reject it. On the contrary, there's somebody who is an approved source of influence. You don't do that. You don't do that because there is a proof of credibility. Throughout your life, you have determined that they are credible. You've determined that they are people that you should listen to, and you take their word for whatever that they say. More so at that vulnerable stage when you're still young, when you don't have the intellectual competence to assess, to analyze, and to validate, and you're actually depending more on them as more able and capable people to teach you what is from what is not. And so even as you grow older, as we're creatures of habit, you stop analyzing, you stop assessing, you stop determining whether or not what they're saying is true. And unless you do this at a later stage, unless you sit down and you ask yourself certain questions and say, okay, these beliefs that I have about, let's say, myself as a man, about me being a woman, about being a wife, about being a husband, about being a citizen of a country, or about being a leader, for example, do I really believe them? Do they have credible evidence in my life? Do I really own up to this? And is it really serving my purpose? Unless you do that, you remain a victim of your past. You remain a victim of your thoughts. You are in this automatic mode where outcomes happen in your life and you are constantly still asking yourself, I can't believe I spent that much money again this month. I can't believe that I didn't go to gym again this month. I can't believe that I didn't study like I said I would. I can't believe that I didn't stick to the budget. You are constantly in this state of shock and awe because at a conscious level, you are not active in your own thought process. It's happening at a default state. It's almost like, you are a programmed computer. You are a computer program that has the language been written into your program, and then things just happen almost in a nomadic state. Have you seen like those games for the boys that play games where the game is playing sort of as a demo stage and it plays over and over again and the same outcome over and over again? That becomes literally your life. And today, I want us to challenge ourselves to be a little bit more intentional. I want us to have a situation where we take this triangle I've mentioned earlier on, where the bottom big part of your life is more in control and unconscious, to where you flip it around, and the bigger part of you is at the conscious level at the top. And for that to happen, intention is a crucial component of that. And it's very difficult for us to be intentional about what we do without a particular purpose that we have identified. Because when we are growing up, we're just surviving. Our parents are teaching us as much as they possibly can to prepare us for life. We're taking on as much as we possibly can. Because if you think about what I just mentioned earlier on, at a unconscious level, you are getting 99.9% of data extracting from the environment, hearing it, touching it, without just you necessarily being actively involved in determining what is good and what is not. But all of that has become part of your own being, right? But unless you take the time at a later stage and say, everything that I have learned, everything that I have become, everything that is part and parcel of my consciousness, I want to use it for a particular purpose, to achieve a particular purpose. If you don't do that, then you are stuck with those default, automatic way of thinking with consistent outcomes. And if those outcomes happen to not be in line with what you want your life to be, that's when people say, that's how some people end up being in what you call a self-sabotage mode. And so if you've grown up in an environment where it was not very functional, where it was not very helpful to your intelligence, then you find yourself in a state where you're making a lot of dumb mistakes, right? And you can't unhinge yourself from that continuous, consistent way where you are making a lot of dumb mistakes. So we got to think about those thoughts. And we got to think about then, if we don't exercise that ourselves and reflect and think about whether we really do want to own the thoughts, then we cannot control what we believe. Then our belief systems are not even our own belief systems. They're borrowed. And the thing is that we act from our beliefs. What do you believe about yourself? What do you believe about other people? What do you believe about your abilities? What do you believe about the environment that we're in? In South Africa, we have a situation where some people believe that we live in a fairly good country. Some people think that we're living in hell on earth. Whatever their belief system is, it determines what the actions that they perform, right? If you believe that the place, let's say that you're walking down the street, if you believe that it is safe, you obviously are not going to be very cautious to protect yourself against potential danger, because you've determined in your mind there isn't a potential danger in the environment. So therefore you walk a little bit freely. And so if it so happens that there's any danger in the environment, you might even misunderstand it to be something that it is not, right? But if you believe, for example, that there's danger everywhere that you go, then you're constantly protective. You're constantly trying to identify where the danger is and avoid it. And I'm making that example to make us realize that as we carry ourselves, especially let's talk about this whole relational issue between men and women, if men and women perceive each other as potentially dangerous, then you look for that. You look for that danger. You look for that threat. And where does it come from? And this comes from the reality that it makes sense that we be aware of what is potentially dangerous. Why? Because what's dangerous can kill you. It's all good and well to say, hey, let's think positive. But the thing is that you cannot be so positive to your own detriment. That's what is called toxic positivity. Where your positivity is not informed by objective reality, but it is informed purely by that desire to just hope that things will work out. But the reality of the matter is that as much as it is helpful for us to hope that things can work out, to help us to be more courageous, to take the risk and things like that, there still is danger. There are things in the environment that can potentially kill us. There are people who are dangerous, people who can lie. If you are in business and you are naive and you don't actually have a way of assessing whether or not the potential business partner could be deceiving you, you can find yourself having lost millions and millions of rands. I'm sure you guys may have heard about the recent story of this Nigerian twins that started a business that came up to 20 million pounds. But because of a lack of due diligence, some team from India ended up actually stealing the business from them, and they were kicked off the curb, left with absolutely nothing, even though the business was theirs from the very beginning. And one of the ideas that the lady shares is that We just were not present enough to make the due investigations and to analyze, and we didn't equip ourselves with enough knowledge to be able to sense that these people were not telling us the truth. And so, great as it is that we want to be positive about life in general, it is also just as crucial for us to understand that danger is a crucial element of our own existence, and we have to learn how to discern it, also learn how to manage it. If we can eliminate it, let us do so. If we can avoid it, let us do so. If we can minimize the impact of the danger, especially if we cannot get rid of it, let's learn how to do that. And if we just have to cope with it, a simple example of that would be something like a chronic disease, for example. If you don't take that chronic medication, then it's going to kill you. And so there are certain elements that exist within our own environment that we just have to learn how to cope with. We have to come up with those coping mechanisms so that they don't take us down. And so, great as it is that we want to think positive, great as it is that we also want to look out for danger, it is important for us to find the symmetry. There's got to be that line of balance where the two meet, where we realize that, yes, safety and threat or danger are part and parcel of our own environment. So we got to understand, in terms of our own upbringing, how have the environments that we're part of, the foundational relationships that we're part of, the environment that we were raised in, how have they shaped and formed the way we think? The belief systems that we were raised in, whether it be religious belief systems, how have those shaped and formed the way that we see four crucial things? The way that we see ourselves, the way that we see others, the way that we see the environment, the way that we see how things can be, or the way that we imagine how things can be. Because for as long as we don't understand how we are impacted and how what our own position is towards our own selves and towards others, again, we become a victim of our own thinking structure. But the moment that you begin to identify that, I easily get offended when people ask me questions. I remember growing up, not growing up actually, sometime when I was pastoring a church and a leader and also as a husband and as a father. I was not very comfortable with questions being asked to me. I still am learning, even with my kids. When my kids ask me questions, there was just something inside of me that would just get a little bit like, well, don't question me. As opposed to understanding that, especially if it's children, that is the process of their own growth, to be curious about things that they don't understand. And it is the natural process, legitimately so, that they would ask me as their father, as an approved source of influence, to bridge the gap of their understanding by giving them information that they need. And if I don't do that, I lose my position as an approved source of influence. And what does that leave my children then? If I, as somebody who cares and loves them more than anybody else, am not open to help them through their process of their own discovery, where do they go? What guarantee do I have that when they go outside of that safe space that I'm supposed to create for them as a parent, what guarantee that I have that where they're going to go, they're going to get something that's going to be helpful to them, that is going to be safe for them? And that process then helped me to adjust my mind to contextually have the right mindset around questions being asked at me. And part of what I had to learn was this: detoxification of my mental posture around certain things. Like if I am feeling somewhat about something, I must first assume purity and innocence. And then I must first and secondly be open to the innocence, the genuineness of the question that is being asked, and then deeply go into my own knowledge pool and see what tools do I have to address the question, as opposed to making a judgment about the intentions about the question. More so if you're a leader. If you're a leader, learning to detoxify your mindset when questions are being asked and not seeing that as an attack on yourself, on your credibility, then as something that undermines or usurps your authority. But safely assuming innocence and then looking into what you have and seeing how you can be able to address the question for the potentially innocent inquisition that it may be. And that helped me a great deal along the way. And this same process is a process that if you're going to mind your words and mind your mindsets, you always have to go through. Here's some questions to ask yourself as a way of equipping yourself. Whenever you're feeling some kind of emotional grief about something, where you're feeling like you're being attacked, where you're feeling like you have to defend yourself, where you're feeling like you have to be aggressive, where you're feeling like maybe you should not be cooperative and just be quiet and shut down, you got to first ask yourself, are you 100% sure that that is a helpful behavior? More especially if you're in a position of authority. When you are shutting down in time of crisis, where your leadership is needed, for guidance, for your guidance, for you to show us how to get out of the mess, but then you shut down, and then you just expect everybody to know. Is that a helpful behavior? Look at the fact that I'm not making a judgment about the behavior, but I'm simply asking an objective question transparently where you say, my current action, does it lead to the outcomes that I want? If we do that, then we can be transparent about the gaps of understanding that we may have, the gaps in our own growth, the gaps in our own ability, and then be prompted to do something about it because of the fact that we are mindful of wanting to achieve the outcomes that we want. The other thing that we need to ask ourselves is this. Okay, fine, I don't know how to deal with this. What I need to do when I don't know how to deal with something. Some people, when they don't know how to deal with something, they want to hide, right? Because maybe they're feeling embarrassed. The question that you've got to ask yourself is this. What meaning do you attach to not knowing something? What judgment do you make? Do you think it makes you less of a leader, less of a person? Where does that come from? I mean, a clue is the fact that in our schooling system, we were judged, we were rewarded, we were measured by our ability to know what is right, yes? True or false, choose from the ABC, give the perfect description of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then if you don't have the right A in the right place, then you get the wrong mark. And so, crucially, this formed a mindset in most of us all throughout the world where we learn what to know as opposed to how to know. Where we find that the process of how to know is discouraged. What is that? The process of questioning, of inquisition. There's a point somewhere in our childhood, right, where our not knowing stops being cute. Oh, this child doesn't know how to speak, and they messed up the word, and they tried to say something, and they said 3 words. Oh, it's so cute, and you're getting emotionally rewarded through compliments for trying to know. There's a point where that becomes a costly exercise, where you start being called disruptive, where you start being called stupid because you don't know, where you start being called disobedient because you are not listening. And all of a sudden, this crucial process of forming your knowledge pool more intentionally so that you can become more of an intentional person, it gets rudely disrupted, gets reframed in your mind because you're realizing to open my mouth in public, to ask questions is a risky social endeavor. You lose some serious social points, and then we learn along the way to be quiet when you don't know. That's why you find that some older people, and especially managers and leaders, when they don't know and you ask them questions, they all just get all moody and get all angry and shut everybody down so that nobody can ask them questions because they don't want to be exposed as those beings who don't know when they should know, especially at those crucial moments of crisis. But I want to share with you today that this should not be the attitude, the mindset that we have towards not knowing. That not knowing is actually because of 5 things that I'm going to close off with. It's because of the 5 human limitations. And the first one is the fact that we are limited beings, right? We have this limited structure. Part of our limited structure is that we have this limited brain. that can only be able to hold this much information at a time, can only be able to process this much information at a time. And along with that as well, we get tired. Even though I may have the capacity to take in all the information in the world all at once, the reality is that my physical body gets tired. And when it gets tired, then it doesn't function at its optimal level. So regardless of how on top of your game you may be, the physical structure that you and I have has got its own limitations that we cannot do anything about because that's just how we are made. And if you think about some of the biggest industries in the world, that's what they deal with. Health and fitness, medication, cars, all of those solutions, they're trying to help us in that regard. And the second part of that is that of presence. Like right now, I'm in the studio, I'm not out there where you are, and I'm not exposed to what you're exposed to. And that component of exposure determines what we know and what we don't get to know. And sometimes we judge ourselves so harshly for the things that we don't know, even though we've not been exposed to them. And an objective question is this: if you're going to judge yourself so harshly for what you don't know because even though you've not been exposed to, how helpful is that to your own confidence, to your own ability to operate at an optimal level? So it is okay that we don't know what we don't know, and to admit that we don't know what we don't know, so that we can then engage that process of discovery and learning so that we can be better for it. And also to accept this, that no matter how much we know, there's more that we don't know than what we know. And then to be open constantly then to the process of discovering new things, because we have made peace with the reality that we don't know what we don't know, and it doesn't make us any less. And then the third thing we've got to think about as a limitation is consciousness. And the consciousness is the fact that even though hundreds and billions of information are retained in our unconscious and subconscious mind, there's only so much of that can come to the fore. Right now, as a speaker, as a trainer, as a teacher, a healer, however you want to call me, that's the business I'm in. I'm in the business of helping human beings with their consciousness, processing and filtering through their own thoughts so that their own thoughts become more helpful to them as opposed to being a little bit more, as opposed to being working against them, right? So consciousness, so you think about education, you think about training, you're thinking about entertainment, all of those, they deal with that element of consciousness. And then the fourth thing is that of existence. And this is an important one, existence. That the moment that you are born, you are beginning to die, right? You're beginning to die. And that basically means that you've got a limited time. So time then exposes those factors of limitation. I can't speak here for the whole day because of that same reality. And we have this awareness that we are constantly in the process of coming to an end. Hence, then there is that rush then for us to get certain things done. And so existence is a crucial part of that. And then the lastly, where everything comes together, is this element of performance. That we have to do, we have to achieve, we have to create, we've got to solve problems, we have to communicate, we have to think. We have to negotiate our spaces together and progress together, to develop together. And that requires that we be participating beings in the environment. And if we're not aware of that, then we are either becoming part of the complexity of difficulty, we become part of the difficulty in the environment, where we also have to be dealt with, as opposed to you are a contributor, but now you are actually part of the burden. As opposed to taking off the burden and doing your bit, now we've got to deal with you because you are not handling yourself like a crucial component of functionality in environments. And so those 5 crucial human limitations are the reasons why it's okay for us to mind our mindsets and to admit the fact that I'm a limited human being in terms of my physical beings, my being. Secondly, that I have existed in the world where I have existed, and it's okay that I don't sometimes know what I don't know, and to open myself up to the process of knowing more so that I can become better. And thirdly, to understand that even my own ability to retain information, to process information, to know is limited. And then fourthly, to understand that time-wise, I don't have as much time. I don't have ownership of time, although I've got the same amount of time as everybody else, but I don't entirely own it. And then lastly, my ability to perform. And so when it comes then to speaking, it is important for us to understand when you are communicating with people, where are you communicating from? Which limitation are you communicating from? What purpose are you communicating for? When you open your mouth, are you part of forming and developing the environment, or do you bring chaos? Do you bring confusion? When you're not intentional, when you're not an intentional communicator, how helpful is that to your environment? I often say this in many of the sessions that I lead. If you've got something important to say, a couple of things to be crucial, to be mindful of. Number one, interrogate your motives. Why do you want to say what you need to say? What is the purpose? Identify what that purpose is. Because for as long as you don't have a purpose, if your intention is only to express an emotion, to express a frustration, to complain about something without a solution, to just add to the noise in the atmosphere without a particular intention, then you find that your communication is not very helpful. Secondly, formulate your thoughts. Once you've identified the purpose, begin to be intentional in identifying what do you want to say, how do you want to say it, to whom do you want to say it, when do you want to say it, for what purpose do you want to say it. Everything from your tone to the words that you're selecting, to be mindful of the timing at which you are going to be saying what you need to say. Thirdly, after you formulate your thoughts, be sure to say it well. Be sure to articulate it. To be succinct if you have to be comprehensive if you have to go deep if there's need for that, to go a bit more broad if there's a requirement for that. And in certain instances, it may require that you be a little bit long, and some it may require you to be a little bit short. And so in terms of minding your words, it's important that you cannot be able to mind your words if you cannot mind your mindsets. Where have you been? What has informed who you are? How did you come to be where you are today? What do you want to achieve? What do you have in terms of your arsenal of thought? What do you not have? What do you need to do to improve your thinking to be much better than what it is right now? And then lastly, if you're going to be somebody who minds your words, it is an intentional process. It is about flipping that triangle upside down, where at the top, the bigger part of the triangle is you being more intentional, more conscious, more in control, and being very mindful of, at the end of the day, once the words leave your mouth, you have no control of what becomes of them. So you better be 100% sure that whatever leaves your mouth, you intended for it to leave your mouth the way that it left your mouth, for the purpose that you wanted to leave your mouth for. With all of that being said, my name is Jabu Zwane. I want to thank you very much for taking the time to listen in. I hope it was helpful to you, and hopefully you got some tools that have empowered you to be a person that minds their words better and minds and understands their mindset better. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your programming.
Thank you so very much. That was so insightful. I wanted to, actually, before you leave, Jab, I have one question, if you can just indulge us for a bit. You said some really interesting things, such as you don't know what you don't know, and it's okay not to know. What do you find from your experience from training and speaking to people is this fear of not knowing?
I think a big part of it is what not knowing costs us. The credibility. Let's think about it this way. One of the components of value, human value, is intelligence. And intelligence, we get to know about your intelligence by what you know.
Yeah.
So when something crucial is being asked of you and you don't know, subconsciously you start to judge yourself as being less value because you don't know. More so if you're a leader who's supposed to know naturally more than other people. And that's why we are so despondent to admit, or we're so reluctant to admit that we don't know.
And there actually is power in that. We also see it in our parenting styles as well. If your child comes to you with a question, you don't want to say, actually, mommy doesn't know.
Yeah.
But there is this growing gentle parenting trend that's happening, and more conscious parenting of saying, actually, just tell your children if you don't know. They should understand that not knowing is not a failure.
I love what you've mentioned now. And it's something I call collaborative intelligence. And collaborative intelligence is this. When I don't know, me understanding that knowing gives me value. If I say I don't know and I say to you, do you know? And you happen to know. then there's that collaboration. And now, as opposed to actually me losing value, I gain value because I have also given you the platform to build that value.
Yeah.
And so we become more valuable together.
Fantastic. I thoroughly enjoyed that session, and I'm sure everyone that was in it also did. All the best to you,
Thank
Jabu.
you.
We look forward to seeing you again in future. That was Jabu Zwane. That was really helpful and informative. Just one of the take-home messages. When he started, he said, let's jot this down. Thoughts, beliefs, actions, outcomes. And he succinctly and so well explained that process from our thoughts to what we believe, to how we act, and how that then translates into outcomes. For now, we've got another message from one of our MDs and leaders at SAP Southern Africa, Koliwe Makhohlisa, and she's got some words to share with us.
SAP stands together with the Voice of Change movement. One of our behaviors as an organization is to embrace change by creating a supportive environment where everyone can be themselves. Another is to unlock potential by building diverse, high-performing teams. Women from all walks of life play a critical role at every level of society. As business leaders, mothers, daughters, sisters, friends, mentors, and role models, we have an opportunity to continually effect change. SAP's collaboration with women and diversity and inclusion networks at partner companies is a vital component of our work. One of my core mottos is that it is better together. Our aim is not only to create a better workplace for ourselves, but also to positively impact and influence society at large.
Again, more commitments from our leaders here in the business sector. We really appreciate it to Koliwe Makhohlisa and the team at SAP Southern Africa. Coming up next is a fascinating talk. I've been looking forward to it the entire morning, and she has finally arrived. She's been waiting to share her story with us. I'm talking about Jenna Beyer, who is a well-known psychologist, and she has a strong focus on mental health and human rights issues. She's done amazing and very important work with the WITS RHI Transgender Health Center in Braamfontein, where she's helped members of the transgender community navigate the very many challenges. Her story today is one that will describe Jenna's journey of finally coming out as a transgender woman after hiding for 30 years. And you can imagine that kind of journey. But furthermore, she didn't only transition gender, she transitioned in mindset into what you will see today, which is a very proud and beautiful, bold woman with a lot to say. Her talk today is titled Killing Shame. It's the Jenna Beyer's transition story. Jenna Beyer, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Masa. I'm really grateful for the introduction. Really do appreciate that. Thank you. So, chapter 1, here we go. Internalizing shame. I was 4 years old in 1988, apartheid South Africa. One summer morning, I was at my best friend's party. While my friends were swimming, I noticed one of my female friends had left her dress in the lounge. I had no sisters, and it was at this moment, a moment I will never forget, that I sneakily decided to finally wear a dress for the first time. While experiencing unbridled joy and happiness, in the back of my mind, I was in constant fear that my best friend's older sister would walk in the room and catch me. This was my first memory of my gender-related internal conflict, that being an intense internal need to express my desired femininity, while at the same time experiencing abject fear of how the world would react. On reflection, it always amazes me that as young as 4, I had already internalized a world that said, if you wear that dress, you are bad, Or, to use a hateful word of the time, I would be considered a morphie. A few years later, I had become known to my friends and family as Jeremy the Cricketer. After watching one of the great cricketers of all time, Brian Lara, at the 1992 Cricket World Cup, I decided that playing for South Africa would be my destiny. There was just one problem. I wasn't a man. How could I represent my country, the men's team, and yet I'm not a man? At the time, I knew of no South African women's cricket team. Furthermore, in a very conservative society, in fact, almost any society at the time, boys are not supposed to be wearing dresses or putting on lipstick, especially a promising young cricketer. These early examples of societal fear marked the beginning of my battle with one of the most debilitating emotions a human being can experience: shame. This early internalizing of shame triggered the beginning of anxiety-ridden coping mechanisms such as excessive nail biting and hair pulling. I will never forget people staring in bewildered concern at the glaring bald patches on my head. Overall, early and middle childhood consisted of fleeting moments of secretive feminine expression. Outwardly, I was just a child who had no idea what to do. Chapter 2. How persistent hiding entrenched shame as a belief system. As I entered my teens, I was being featured in newspapers for my cricketing exploits. I occasionally flirted with girls, which usually came to nothing, and generally lived a safe life. This safe life was the monstrous wall that would protect me from potential humiliation. It had now become convenient to be known as Jeremy the Cricketer. Jeremy the Cricketer was my shield. But beyond this sporting veneer, I was screaming inside. My head was spinning with questions, fears, and uncertainties about who I am meant to be, and an ever-increasing disgust for my assigned gender and private parts was felt deeply. Importantly, what I was not considering was how this persistent hiding was slowly eroding my sense of self. Internalizing shame had now morphed into a situation where shame had become an entrenched belief system. In other words, because I had been internalizing these hostile societal messages about LGBTQIA+ people for so long, being ashamed had now become a way of life. This shame belief system had also mutated into other areas of my life, not just my gender-related anxiety. People were more talented than me while I lacked ability. They were normal and I was something else. They were smart while I was average, and they were tough while I was weak. Shame was owning me, and simply looking in the mirror every morning would reinforce my own self-loathing. Another important aspect to mention about the psychology of shame is paranoia. To quote lyrics from a song called For What It's Worth by a 60s band named Buffalo Springfield, paranoia strikes deep. Into your life it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. You step out of line, the man come and take you away. My fear was escalating into paranoia. For example, I recall one afternoon at school cricket practice continually worrying that I had accidentally forgotten to pack away lipstick, eyeliner, and a dress which I had been trying on the night before behind a locked door. Because of this, I left cricket practice and sprinted 3 kilometers from the school to my house to absolutely make sure it was packed away. My shame mentality was mounting. Indeed, hiding behind a locked door and trying on my favorite dresses had become a daily occurrence. But beyond the love I had for my dresses, what still resonates to this day is how I vacillated between euphoria and immense shame during my locked door fashion shows. I didn't realize how dangerous this persistent hiding had become. Chapter 3, Catalyst Moments Inspiring Change. I was in a deep hole of shame. What would it take for me to change? I wish I could tell you that it was a random leap of faith. It wasn't. Rather, it was a series of catalyst moments, events, epiphanies, and a panic attack. From 2002 to 2004, I enrolled to study a BA in sports psychology at UJ, followed by an honours in psychology at UJ in 2005. I was also awarded a cricket bursary. The first of my catalyst moments was born from intriguing, thought-provoking content from my coursework. More specifically, I had become fascinated with social psychology issues, including prejudice, stereotypes, and relevant to my gender journey, the psychological impact of sexism, patriarchy, and transphobia. This content triggered multiple memories of inane locker room talk and regular objectification and name-calling of women that had been so common during my cricket career. This childish language was especially prevalent while playing cricket in England during my gap year in 2001. Most importantly, most of this language was specifically directed at me. Some of these choice phrases included, "When are you going to come out already? You throw like a girl," or if you couldn't throw a ball hard or far, you would be called Rachel. And finally, "We need to toughen you up, son," which was a phrase that was directed at me repeatedly. After connecting my coursework to these experiences, I realized that I wasn't weak, soft, or timid. It occurred to me that their comments were rooted in misogyny and patriarchy. In other words, effeminate behavior equals weak behavior, or feminine means weak. Pertinently, I found my first weapon to challenge shame: critical thinking. By 2012, I was a qualified counseling psychologist with a few years of therapeutic experience behind me. The most common presenting issue I was privy to hearing were stories of gender-based violence. For instance, I recall a 19-year-old university student looking at me with desperation in her eyes and tears streaming down her face and saying, "I walked into my lecture hall and there sat my rapist." A common theme among these gender-based violence survivors I helped was persistently feeling trapped. In addition to this, when I mentioned their human rights, the response was most often met with dejection and disillusionment. This prolonged trapping feeling often presented itself in symptoms like anxiety, trembling hands, exhaustion, and tearfulness. But as therapy progressed, the overwhelming nature of these symptoms slowly dwindled. These therapeutic experiences helped me realize another crucial weapon to defy shame: storytelling in safe spaces. As for me, I had never experienced gender-based violence per se, but I had been consciously connecting with their fear of oppression. Memories of their reaction to human rights conversations still lingered. It ignited a fire in me I had never felt before. Furthermore, my gender transition was not only about wearing dresses and lipstick. I had to understand the daily challenges women face, such as receiving catcalls when walking on the street, or simply not having your voice heard while sitting around a table of men in the corporate environment. I would attend numerous human rights events, courses, and conferences at historical landmarks like Constitution Hill. These events were hosted by inspiring organizations like the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, Nelson Mandela Foundation, and the Thuli Madonsela Foundation. I would ultimately join the Thuli Madonsela Foundation, whose motto is democracy for all. I remember the failures of democracy gender-based violence survivors shared with me, such as being treated dismissively and sent away when reporting their rape ordeals at police stations. Along with human rights, I thought of the crucial role the media plays in a democracy. Because of this, I decided to write mental health and human rights topics to producers at various radio and television stations. The reasons for sending topics to producers and doing live interviews were twofold. First, to speak to and educate a larger group of people on mental health, a profession where stigma is still so common. And second, I believe the media plays a crucial role in highlighting injustices, such as the catalogue of human rights violations I had been hearing as a psychologist. The combination of media and human rights work helped me uncover another weapon to confront shame: empowerment through democracy education. These catalyst moments were fostering a change in attitude. I was becoming more proactive, and I was starting to realize the incredible influence I could have, yet something was still missing. I had been to my own therapy at various stages. Therapy gave me an opportunity to tell my story in a safe space, and I was even starting to venture out of my house in secret as Jenna. This included praying that nobody would recognize me when I attended the Joburg Pride marches in 2012 and 2013. But the facade of Jeremy the cricketer was proving to be extremely difficult to break down. However, this nagging resistance finally came to a head in 2014. While walking through Cresta Shopping Centre in full makeup and one of my much-loved dresses, I was being stared at from every corner. Then, before I knew what hit me, I collapsed in a heap. Heart palpitations, excessive sweating, numbness, and chest pains. I was having a panic attack. Decades of handcuffing and trapping myself behind the veneer of a boy had reached a tipping point. It was decision time. Chapter 4, Living Free. I had become a passionate psychologist and human rights activist. I was so proud of the strides I had made. But after the panic attack, I felt like a new era had been thrust upon me. It was at this point that I decided to make an appointment with a doctor at an organization called My Sexual Health. I was given a script to begin hormone replacement therapy, which consisted of injecting estrogen implants as well as a testosterone blocker. These hormones meant that my skin would become softer, my muscle mass would decrease, my hair on my head would grow thicker, my body shape would change, and I would develop breasts. I would also embark on laser hair removal all over my body. Not only would these hormones give me the body I wanted, but the fear of being misgendered would be minimized because the hormones would change the way I look. I still hadn't come out to my family, friends, and the world. However, as time passed, I suddenly had a chest, and the prominent 5 o'clock shadow that I used to have on my cheeks had disappeared due to extensive laser hair removal. People were noticing. The days of walking around like a one-woman army were over. Midway through 2019, 36 years of age, I decided to come out to friends, family, and employer. I was now living full-time as a transgender woman. As early as the first 2 weeks of being out to the world as a transgender woman, some of my worst nightmares of how the world would react came true. In 2019, I was providing employee wellness for corporates and parastatals around Gauteng. I had been asked by a well-known company to facilitate 6 mental health awareness training sessions for their department. However, a day before I was scheduled to begin my first session, I received an email saying all 6 sessions had been cancelled. They said to me that the training sessions had not been cancelled, but rather they wanted another presenter. When I asked why they wanted another presenter, they said as follows: "We don't want you to present because the attendees will be more focused on the way you look than the presentation." In other words, my sheer presence would freak out the attendees for being a trans woman. I lost out on approximately 20,000 Rand. I was also excited to upload my new and real Facebook page. However, a few days into this, men were repeatedly sending me pictures of their private parts. It occurred to me that if this is what I've experienced in 1 week, imagine what women have experienced their entire lives. What about the media interviews I loved so much? Prior to coming out, I had been speaking in the media on multiple mental health topics. However, after coming out as a transgender woman, I have only been asked to speak in the media on transgender-related matters. I understand that speaking in the media on this topic is groundbreaking. However, I asked myself the following questions on this issue. First, if a TV station asks me to speak on this topic and then I never hear from them ever again, it looks like window dressing. And second, how committed is the organization to diversity? In other words, I'm talking about the psychological impact of feeling like I'm on display to satisfy a disingenuous diversity agenda. The transgender community, like any other historically marginalized group, are seeking an authentic, sincere, persistent commitment to their cause. Being an ally is a verb, not a noun. There is one final weapon that was needed to help me live freely. As mentioned at the beginning of my speech, I spoke about anxiety habits involving excessive nail biting and hair pulling. There was another anxiety-ridden coping mechanism I internalized without realizing it: people-pleasing. Why does this happen? Because when the world tells you you're unwelcome, not enough, or simply less than, a life of continually trying to please others can become the communication style. You don't truly express healthy anger or set boundaries for people, because if you do, you think they may dislike you. So you overcompensate in the hopes of companionship. It has been the guidance of my current psychologist who has helped me see this. Therefore, the final weapon against shame means to truly be at peace with who I am, to identify that my self-care is a priority and that my existence as a transgender woman is not up for debate. To quote renowned psychologist Brené Brown, belonging does not require us to change who we are. Rather, it requires us to be who we are. I was trying to fit in, which is about assessing a situation and becoming who I needed to be accepted. The moment you seek acceptance from others for being gay or lesbian or transgender, the subconscious message being sent to the world is that your internal happiness is conditional on the acceptance of others. So, in conclusion, the Merriam-Webster dictionary has two definitions for shame. First, a painful emotion caused by consciousness of guilt or impropriety. And second, a condition of humiliation, disgrace, or disrepute. So, the next time you hear about a gender-based violence incident or a story of prejudice in the news or even this speech, kindly consider these definitions as well as the psychological impact of discrimination. Thank you.
Oh, Jenna, thank you so very much for sharing your story with us.
Thank you.
Really powerful. Before I let you go, that was...
Just good. Catch my breath. Wow.
Please do. That was...
No problem.
I commend you for speaking.
Thank you.
So graciously about something so important that we all need to be more conscious about. You say being an ally is a verb, not a noun. I am struck by that because many of us a lot of the times like to say we are allies. We believe we are allies. How can we become better allies? How can we become the verb doing allies and not saying allies?
There are multiple ways. So first to say to you, Masa, simply saying I'm not homophobic or transphobic, that's not being an ally. Anyone can do that. That's a noun. So by verb, it means doing things. Whether it's you sitting at the dinner table and someone makes a homophobic comment or a transphobic comment, do you call them out? Yeah. That's the verb part of it, because then you're fighting. Are you, whether it's in your work organizations, persistently making attempts to create an inclusive environment, to uplift everyone, to get everyone to understand that it's an inclusive environment and to promote that. Those would be a couple of examples. Not just, giving money to organizations is good, but even that's easy. Even that's, you're not getting out of your comfort zone to do that. It's the same with racism. Saying, I don't believe in non-racist, it's anti-racist. Because the moment you say you're non-racist, it implies neutrality. The moment, there's a phrase in Germany, I'll sum it up for you like this. if you have a table of one Nazi, right, and 9 other random people come and sit at the table, you have a table of 10 Nazis. Sure. You get my point?
Yeah.
Because neutrality means you're siding with the oppressor. That's why I'm saying it's a verb. You've got to actually do stuff. You can't just say, well, I'm not homophobic, or I'm not transphobic, or I'm not a racist. It's not enough. It's not good enough. You have to keep doing the work, even if it's learning about your privilege, learning about the things you get away with that people don't. That's why I had to learn about things like when I was saying not having your voice heard at the table, a table of men in the corporate environment, or receiving cat calls, or the entitlement where men were sending me pictures of their private parts. Now that's an entitlement. I can just do that without worrying about the consequences. So now I had to realize my new place in the world. So that's what I mean by verb. If you are in the position of privilege, so let's say a white male, are you doing the work, or are you just saying, I'm not homophobic, I'm not racist? That's not good enough. That's neutrality. It's not good enough.
You were also speaking about, the 6 sessions that got cancelled.
Yeah.
I mean, 20,000 rand is a lot of money.
I'll pay my bills for that month, I'll tell you that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How do you then get over such rejection?
Yeah.
How do you turn that around to say, I'm going to kill this shame, I'm going to kill this rejection, and I'm going to continue? How do you then continue to say, I'm going to approach producers for TV and radio, I want to talk about other issues, and you're not getting those calls?
It is hard, number one. When the lady first said that to me, honestly, I felt like, this is quite graphic, I felt like the fungus that sits at the bottom of a pond. It hit me badly.
I don't blame you.
But then as time passed, I realized, well, hang on a second, I've been going to this organization for years. So I can either focus on the one department who doesn't want to help me, or the many other departments who do like me. So that was my choice. No matter what in life, you always have a choice. And that was the choice I made. And this is why you use the word rejection. I tell you where it also becomes hard for historically marginalized groups. When you have people in privilege who do the work and then suddenly turn on you, or you think, are you for real? It triggers a thing called rejection trauma and betrayal trauma, which a lot of people who from historically marginalized groups experience, because I can count on one hand the amount of people I know who are heterosexual and cisgender who do the work, who fight. Don't just say, I'm not homophobic, but fight. I can count on one hand. So when I see someone who does do that, but then it's a betrayal, and then you think, are you for real? That hits you badly. That hits you like a dagger in the heart.
Is it almost worse than if it had come from someone who was not actually an ally, who was not actually doing the work, because you expect more?
Probably yes, because then I always knew who they were. But when you think someone was your friend, you think someone cared for you, and then suddenly they did that to you, it like I said, triggers rejection trauma. Because I can tell you, a lot of the trans community I've helped have been disowned by their families. Not just fighting, disowned, like we don't know who you are anymore. You don't exist in our world. So when it happens again, it's re-triggering. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And a lot of people from historically marginalized groups like the LGBTQIA+ community experience that rejection trauma. And that's how I got experience from that company. Because they used me for so long and then suddenly did that to me, it triggered the rejection trauma in me. That type of thing. So, Massa, it was a horrible morning because I'd known the person from before. And it was the fake smiles and how's it, and then that happened, and I was like, "You've just betrayed me. You've just thrown me under the bus. I thought you were my friend." So that was a horrible day.
And before I let you go, Jenna, we've got our next session coming up soon. In terms of the business world, what can the business society do to make sure that we are more inclusive? Because this is what we're talking about today. And we're talking about safe spaces to tell your story being a weapon that you can use to actually overcome such challenges. I'm, for one, very grateful for Voices of Change for creating this kind of a space. And now we are exposed to you, Jenna. And I've heard your powerful story as well. But when you look at South Africa and business here, are we doing enough, and what do you hope we could be doing more of?
It's not enough Personally, in my experience of doing employee wellness, I've seen a lot of window dressing. Like, look, we did our thing in Women's Month, or look, we did our thing for Pride Month, and now let's move on. It doesn't work that way. That's window dressing. So first, your leadership have got to do their own work.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, what is their leadership philosophy? And then they've got to keep imparting that leadership philosophy. Because employees are very quick to see if a leader is disingenuous. People have strong intuitions like that, especially historically marginalized groups, especially so. So what is your company leadership philosophy? Are you regularly mentioning it? Are you doing your own work as a leader in terms of, do you recognize your own privilege? Or when it's leaders who come from historically marginalized groups, them being traumatized by employees who say, well, I'm not going to work for a woman, type of thing. So that kind of thing too. So that as well. And then when that does happen, does your company leadership philosophy call that person out straight away? Or do you let things linger? You can't let things linger either. So it's got to be called out straight away. Those would be some ideas. I personally think the number one thing comes to companies' leadership philosophy, and then continually reinforcing that philosophy and checking in with people, and then everyone doing their own work and understanding their privilege, understanding what their triggers are, to not pathologize. That's the trans person. You don't want to pity the person either. So watch for that as well. But the number one thing I could say for people in corporates is to do your own work and be aware of your triggers and your privilege. To start with doing your own work. That's what I would say.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time, Jenna. Really appreciate your insights today. That was Jenna Bayer. She has shared a very moving story that many people can relate to. I've learned quite a bit. I truly like this phrase of an ally being a verb and not a noun. And I think we should all take that home and see how we can become better verb allies. Without further ado, we've got our next speaker online, and he is an advertising mogul and powerhouse. Pepe Murray will be joining us, and he's going to talk about how to create fundamental change in a word. He'll be talking about taking breakdowns and making them lead to breakthroughs. He has an impressive career. We know his work at Joe Public, many accolades, and one of the founders of well-respected brand and marketing and advertising company, Joe Public. So without further ado, I would love to hear from Pepe. Take it away.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to check that you can hear me, and I'm not sure if you can see me, but that you can at least see my screen. So
see your screen, and we can hear you.
Okay, brilliant. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm so glad I caught the end of the conversation with Jenna. I think it's such a pertinent insight that we should all be doing our own work as leaders. I think I'll tap into that today. So it's going to segue, hopefully, into the previous conversation. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm going to speak to probably my greatest passion in this world. And it's hard to create fundamental change in one word. So just to share with everyone, I do this a little bit with my tongue in my cheek. I comped my face into the face of Einstein. I am in the middle of my doctorate at the moment. So by next year, this time, I should be graduated. And it's with the absolute intention of putting data behind the experience I'm going to share with you today. So that it's more than just an experience, that it's actually a proven experience and a way of approaching life. I think we can all agree that the world's upside down at the moment. I mean, we can all sense the turmoil globally, not just in our country, specifically in our country as well. But there is a sense of something is not in flow anymore. In the corporate world where I operate and have been operating in for the last 33 years, I've definitely sensed that what is called the bottom line has become the top priority of all businesses. And I find that this chase for numbers is literally leaving the world poorer. And it's debatable because, according to statistics, the world is progressing. You know, there's less and less people under the poverty line. But it's not the sense we get, and definitely not in our country. Milton Friedman is a famous economist from 1970s. In fact, he won a Nobel Peace Prize, and his philosophy was that businesses exist to make profit. And I would say that to this day, that philosophy still exists in the majority of businesses, that our businesses exist to create profit. And I'll touch on that a little bit later on. I am privileged. I'm not blind to my privileges as a white South African male. And I was privileged enough to take my family to Europe a few years back, and my son was in grade 7, and he was doing Egypt in that year, was one of his modules in history. And I thought, let's show him what Egypt looks like. Let's stop over in Cairo on the way over and spend a few days there. And I found myself standing at the Great Pyramid of Giza, and our tour guide was giving us all the statistics. And I just remember it. It's like 3 million blocks that this structure is built out of, and each weigh 1.5 tons each. It's like SUV-sized blocks. And according to him, it was built by 150,000 slaves. And the first thought that popped into my head, I thought, geez, that's amazing. Because he then said, it was all for the benefit of one king. And that's when I realized maybe we're still living in the same structure in our corporate pyramids, where we have all the people working towards the benefit of a few. And I thought, geez, that's 6,000 years ago. Not much has really changed over the course of all this time, that we still operate in a very similar way. Another part of my experience, just to give everyone context, is that in the world I exist in, and definitely the way I see the world, so this might not be for everyone, but the way I view the world is the world's very much about logic. It's very much about our cognitive ability, and very little about the magic of the heart and the magic of intuition and our gut senses, and all head and not much heart. We don't often hear in business that we have a value called love, as an example, or care. I also see, to some degree, a sense of failure in terms of leadership, because we have to, if you look at the world, you could argue that everything rises and falls on leadership. And then we look at the level of leaders, and it's quite a judgment for me as a leader, and I'll unpack some of my own shortcomings, because by no means am I the world's greatest leader. But it's just interesting for me to see the caliber of people that we see at the heads of nations. And they get there by the votes of people. And we experience the same in South Africa for the past, for more than a decade. We see the huge amount of corruption right from the top. And if it's true that that everything in life rises and falls on leadership, then how can you actually expect a country to sustain itself? And then at the same time, we're bombarded with this obsession with busyness. You know, we live in this age which is called the digital madness, where we're spending more and more times on our phones and on fake and false relationships than real relationships. And again, I'm trying not to sort of cast any judgment. I'm just giving context to what we're all going through at the moment, or absolutely me. And then we've just survived the worst pandemic in our living history. And it's almost something of the past at the moment, but it was a severe 2 years on the global economy and the state of us as human beings. And as we came out of it, as if that was not enough, it feels like we're on the brink of the Third World War, and we see the damage that this war that's raging currently is causing to the global economy and how it's touching nations. So that's like a top line sense of what's going on in the world. And hence, I can't help but feeling some days, and by no means am I built like this character on my screen. I'm quite a bit skinnier, but it does feel like pushing this rock up the hill every day. But I always frame my mind very positively. I had a great insight I shared a little bit later in my approach to life. And then when I look at all this turmoil at face value and I just pull away from it, I start asking myself whether all of this is happening to teach us how to push the boundaries of our own lives. And tapping again into that previous conversation, like, what can I do to be the change? To quote Gandhi. And maybe all these challenges are here to show humanity a new way. Because we only seem to find solutions when there's problems. We don't find solutions in the absence of problems. Maybe we are facing all of what's happening around us to move from a headspace where there's not a lot of vulnerability into the heart space and become more vulnerable. I've just had a meeting with a senior executive of a bank who shared with me that his best friend, or not a best friend, but a person that he called a friend, committed suicide yesterday. And this was a person that had all the means to have a good life, that didn't speak about what's really going on within his inner life and took his own life yesterday. So these are the things that's going around us because we're not vulnerable, we're not speaking up. I'll be a bit more vulnerable and share some of my key learnings. I fell in love when I was in standard 7. So I was 15 years old. I fell in love, head over heels. And finally got the courage to tell this girl that I love her when I was 17. So for 3 years, I walked around in fear of telling another human being that I love her. But I couldn't get the words out because I'm quite introvert by nature and shy. So my strategy was to draw a face on a chicken egg that I stole from my mother's fridge, which I then, over breakdown, shoved into her hand and ran away blushing. And somehow my strategy worked. And 39 years later, we're still together and we're parents to this beautiful child of ours who just popped into my office to say good afternoon after school. So that was a complete act of my instinct that got me to draw a face on a chicken egg that led to the birth of probably like the most valuable person in my life, our son. And the second act of my gut was to start my own business at the age of 29, which we call Joe Public Takeaway Advertising. We wanted to start a takeaway restaurant with rare, medium, and well-done ideas. And I loved the idea so much, I resigned on the spot. I didn't even care about how I'm going to buy food the next month and started my own business, which today is a very, very good business. I always relate business to children. It's 25 years old, so it's only going into adulthood now. So I'm really excited for the future and see this business grow into adult and into more wisdom over time. So it's still an infant. But the point is that I've never in my life experienced butterflies between my ears. So I've always, whenever I'm nervous or have to speak in front of people or have to present to my clients, there's always a sense of butterflies in my tummy, which leads to this wisdom that we have. So when I went back in the day after getting together with my girlfriend to the army, I was part of the conscription system in the old South Africa, like a sheep just doing what the man told me to do, and went for 2 years of my life to fight for something I wasn't even aware what I was fighting for, which also showed the level of thinking. And it reminds me of the saying that 2% of people think, 3% of people think they think, and 95% would rather die than think. And I was probably one of the 95% because I didn't even think what I was doing. I just followed orders. But my girlfriend left me at that stage of my life. And if I think back of the feeling, Panado could not cure my heartache. I did not have a headache. So it's interesting what happens in us as people when we have these deep experiences, that they don't happen between our ears. They happen down below our heads in the heart space and in the gut space, the real space of wisdom. So that's just a bit of context. I want to share very quickly my personal life story to give you more context, because I want to take you on a journey of an insight that I discovered in 2007 that fundamentally shifted my life. I was born in Stellenbosch into a middle-class home of a really, really violently alcoholic man, very, very obsessed with guns to the degree that he actually lined us up when I was 3 and my older sister was about 5 years old. And he was intent of shooting my mother. And having a son today and thinking of experiencing something like that at the age of 3, and these things sit in our beings as people, these experiences, and we all have similar experiences, maybe not to the same degree, but we all have experiences. It sits within us that we never really deal with. The gift of being born into this house was that we had very little means. My mother was a single breadwinner because of the dysfunction of my father, and he eventually left, but it didn't even force me. It almost inspired me to start working at the age of 11. So I started working at the age of 11, 7 days a week. I delivered newspapers from Mondays to Saturdays, and then Saturday afternoons and Sunday full days, I would work in the local cafe to make extra money, which I subsidized my mother's salary with, and she would always pay me back. And then also to be able to buy the things that I wanted in life. And this is the lady I just shared my first love of my life. I always joke and say, that's my first picture of me and my girlfriend. And then, of course, she left me when I went to the army. And this is one of the biggest insights that I was gifted at such a young age of 20. Because when I asked her why she left me for another person, she said it's because this person played guitar. This new boyfriend of hers could play guitar. That was a reason. It was a very strange reason, but that's what she said. This guy could play guitar. So I thought, well, I'll use the army to learn how to play guitar. So at least I got some good out of that experience, that I used that time on my hands, and I got my hands on the guitar and I learned how to play guitar. And hence, I stepped into this experience that I never was aware of, or this capability, this talent. I've got this talent for music. In fact, after this talk, I'm going to Marshall Music to buy myself a new guitar, which I actually selected last weekend. I'm going to pick it up and pay for it. So to this day, I still play music. I'm not actively in bands anymore. I played music in bands for 16 years of my life. Anything from 3 people to 3,000 people. It was an incredible experience, which I never would have experienced if I didn't have a breakdown, if I didn't have my heart broken. Fascinating insight. And out of this, I learned very early on in my life that the worst thing that can happen is the best thing that can happen. And it was so profound because somehow through my life, every time I experienced something that at face value looked like a terrible experience, and I'm saying this sensitively to anyone who's experienced death close to them, because I haven't. My father passed away in 2008, 3 days before the birth of my son, our son. And it wasn't the death that really hurt me because we didn't have a relationship. So I'm saying that outside of the context of having experienced death, but in any other way, from heartbreak to going bankrupt in business, to having to retrench 30, 40 people on one day of my career, which was the worst experience of my working career, something good came out of it. And I learned the worst thing that can happen is the best thing that can happen. So I exchanged my R4 rifle for 4B pencil. I fell in love with art completely by chance. I wanted to become an engineer. It's another thing we do as parents. We try and take our children into the fields where we assume they can make money. Doctors, lawyers, engineers, and nothing wrong with those crafts. But I wanted to become an engineer to make money, and somehow I accidentally discovered art, and it just resonated with my gut. And I went and studied fine art. And when I found that art and I realized that I was extremely talented at creativity, that's when the idea of having my own business found me. Because for the first time, I had the confidence to go, I'm really good at something, and I'm going to make this my life's work. Often, one of my partners in our business, not my business, in our business, one of my partners said to me literally last week, because people sometimes say, but you're not saving lives. And he said, yes, but it's our life's work. This is our life's work. And I launched this business with my founding partner in 1998. And we worked 18-hour days, 7 days a week. Entrepreneurship is not for everyone. I don't even know what the statistic is, if it's 1 in 100, 1 in 200, 1 in 500. But growing your own business is severe, and it's a full-time commitment to keep a business alive. And that's why I related so much to my flesh and blood child, that it very much feels like a bricks and mortar living creature that we've raised over the past 25 years, and we're allowing it now to start living its own life. But my own personal COVID crisis happened in 2006. And because I come from a racist conditioning as a white South African, having been born in 1968, and the country only started turning in the late 80s, early 90s, and even to this day, we have not healed our country, and we have not had proper conversations. But I worked very hard for a long time of my life to recondition this conditioning, because we're not born with our prejudice and all the various beliefs that we have. They're all conditioned. I really believe we're born pretty much in purity, and then impurities get conditioned onto us. It's not an excuse, but it's the way I frame my experience. And in our business, we took over another business, and the founder was a racist, so I fired him. And this person went and worked for our biggest client, and 3 months later fired us. So an act of integrity lost us half our business. And overnight, our business started failing because we lost our biggest client. And we had retrenched 50% of our staff. And at that stage of my life, I was playing music at night for the freedom of expression and making very mediocre advertising at the daytime to make some sort of a living out of not really great work. Our company was quite average at that stage in terms of our service to our clients. And I was drinking a lot, so I was working hard and playing hard. And my relationship with the love of my life was on the rocks. And the business was going onto the rocks. And my whole life was falling apart around me. My intention to become rich left me with not much. I always share the story when I share my story that I aspired to have a yacht at the age of 15, retire and sail the world. And I couldn't afford a rubber duck at that stage. So in terms of what I set out to achieve, I'd achieved nothing. And this is something I'm really interested in now through my studies. Because as it turns out, through all the data that I'm gathering around this subject that I'm going to share now, is that for some reason as human beings, we can only experience a breakthrough in life when we have a real breakdown. Hence, I had to see my marriage fall apart, my business fall apart, my life fall apart, ending up with no money after working at that stage, like absolutely with the best intentions, and ending up with nothing. It just didn't make sense to me. And I remember back in the day when I was in school, the only subject I really did well at was mathematics. Everything else, I was a D. I was a donkey. The way the school system judges as not being good enough, I was a D. But maths was something I was really good at. And for some reason, I felt inspired to measure where I was at the lowest point of my life, at a total breakdown. I looked at my health, and I was weighing over 90 kilograms for a skinny guy, quite a lot of weight I was carrying. And my relationship was falling apart. My business was falling apart. My finances were nowhere. And I had a little corporate social investment, like a little CSI called Rock for AIDS, where I pretended that I was helping other people, but actually I was just doing it for my own ego, to look as if I'm doing good. And all these aspects of my life was failing. And it didn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense to me that someone can work as hard as I was working. Although I was playing music at night and partying pretty hard, I was working extremely hard. My intention was good. I didn't have a bad intention. I was maybe a poor leader, but my intention was good. And I worked hard, and I'm talented. And all of that netted out at less than 40% in my life. It didn't make mathematical sense to me. And hence I went on the search for meaning. Like, what is the meaning of life? Why does it not make sense to me? And through various different processes, I found one particular one. And on this day, it was a Friday night, 12th of January 2007, I found my life purpose. So I'm getting to the meat of my conversation with you, because what was fascinating was in this experience, and it was a very deep spiritual experience. It was a true biblical experience. It was not something anyone can convince me ever different of, because it was such a deep spiritual experience. But my purpose came to me in one word. And I think why it resonated with me so much is because I'm also advertising and a marketing expert. And in our field, we really try and find the one word that brands stand for. So this idea of a one-word purpose really resonated with me. And instantly, the shift was profound. I moved from one city to an entirely new city overnight. And I'm quoting a beautiful book. If you ever can get your hands on it, it's called The Art of Possibility by Benjamin Zander and his wife. Can't remember her name now, but it's a magnificent book. I moved from scarcity to generosity overnight. It's a very, very subtle move. It happened on a deeply unconscious level. It wasn't just a conscious shift. Because I found my meaning in life, which ultimately is always in service of others, everything shifted. And it didn't shift just overnight. The inner shift was overnight. The material shift took about 2 years before I started seeing a real change in what started to flow into my life. But what happened over the next maybe 2 to 5 years, looking back now, because it's already 17 years later, was profound. Because every aspect of my life started to recover on the same effort. I didn't work less, but I didn't work more. I didn't love less, but I didn't love more. I didn't try to save less or more, but because the intention shift, every single aspect of my life started responding. And then it started to compound. And I started realizing that it was never actually 40%. I was operating at less than 1%. And I wrote a book quite a few years back on this experience. And you don't have, it is apparently a good read. I always say, I don't know, I only wrote it. And I wrote it with the intention to only serve one person. I didn't write it with the intention to make any money. But the essence of the book is on this slide, is that we are humans, and we're all given, if we're fortunate enough, we're given a human name shortly after birth, if we're fortunate enough to have parents. And if we're fortunate enough and we grow up, it becomes about what we do. And I'm having the conversation now at a fortunate level, at a middle class, upper middle class level. And it all becomes about the material self, the car I drive, where I live, my job, my profession, where I eat, where I go on holiday, the clothes I wear, the private schools, or the schools my children go to. And in essence, it's all about serving the self. And I always believe as a capitalist, because I am still a capitalist, that serving myself is important, because I can't serve others if I'm not sustainable. I can't help others if I can't help myself. So I don't want to take away the importance of our humanness and of the left-hand side of my model that I designed to make sense out of my experience. But it's still 50% of what's available to me. And if I'm a high performer, which I know I am, which I'm sure a lot of people in this room is, but 80%, if I'm an 80% performer, but I'm only operating in 50% of my life, then my output, my outcome of my life cannot be more than 40%. And for the first time, I thought, this makes sense to me. This really makes sense to me. 80% plus engage with half of my potential. Because on the other side of my model is the being. We are all human beings. And on the being side, each one of us have a being name. And it's what is our greater reason for being? What is our greater cause? Each individual in this world has a being name. And that's my belief. And it's a very, very deep belief from a profound experience. And that side is all about serving others. And once you discover the definition of your being and you bring that into your life as a tool that governs your behavior, magic happens. So the human is the image of man and the being is the image of God. And I'm not saying that in context of any specific religion. So it's undeniable in my experience that there is a greater being present in this world. And what is fascinating is through my journey of sharing this content for many years now, and I always adapt it as I find new learnings, I was given 3 Bibles in 1 month. And in Genesis, if there's anyone who's got a Bible in the room, in Genesis it speaks that on the 6th day God created man in his image. And then in the next chapter, God creates Adam and Eve. So I just find it fascinating, even in a book that sold 5 billion copies. So one has to assume true wisdom in a book that can sell as many copies. But I just found it fascinating that there's a double creation in Genesis that speaks to the creation first of the being and then of the human in 2 different chapters. And no one's ever made me aware of that in the days that I used to go to church with my parents, with my mother. By definition, I look at a tree, and when I overlay my model onto the tree, then I could argue that the tree is the human name, but the being name of the tree could be life. Because the purpose of the tree is to give life because it makes oxygen. As an example, Jane Goodall famously said, just like humans are human beings, monkeys are monkey beings. And when I read this the first time, I asked myself, that's amazing. That would mean dogs are dog beings, cats are cat beings, sheep are sheep beings. And maybe a business can be a business being and not just a business, which was quite a profound, for me, insight or question. Can a business be a business being? If all these things working around a human and a being, can a business be a business being? Can a business have one word at its core that is reason for being beyond money? A different name to what the human gave it when it was founded. So I'm taking you to my process of thinking. So purpose beyond product and service. Is there purpose to a business even beyond product or service? And the example I'll use is if I had a beauty store, I would think that my purpose, if I start asking the question, if I called my beauty store Sorbet, which a very good friend of mine founded. Now, if I call my store Sorbet, and that's the human name, the being name I could assume is beauty. But if I do some work and I really interrogate what's going on within my organization, and I speak to my people that work for me, and I find out a bit about my client's experience, I might find out that when people come into my beauty store, they might have had a bad day, and they might not feel too good enough about themselves, and all they want is a pamper and a treat. And after a good conversation and a pamper and a treat, they might leave feeling more confident. And I might realize, well, actually, the purpose of my business is confidence. So the point I'm making is the idea of purpose is deeper than what we think it is. And when we do the work, you find something really, really special below the assumption. Because now if I know my beauty store exists for greater reason, for actually selling confidence, for helping people to be more confident in this world that's so challenging, I will completely change my approach to business. I will change my advertising. I will change my way I engage with my clients. I'll change the way I train my staff. Because now we're in the business of confidence, because beauty is but skin deep. I followed the same process in our business, and it turns out that our business, although it's a creative business in advertising, I always smile because I don't drink alcohol and I don't eat meat, but I sell chicken and beer. So please do take my presentation with a pinch of salt. But I say that in jest. But the purpose word of our business turned out to be growth. And I ran this process with our 30 people at that stage, just after bankruptcy, to really find out why are everyone still with this business down at its lowest point. And it turned out our word is growth. And herewith is the insight. Because if I say the color red, if I had time or if I was engaging with everyone face to face, I would ask people to tell me what comes up for them when I say the color red. Some people will say up apple, some people will say anger, some people will say blood, Ferrari, stop sign, roses, love, passion. So the one word at the core of each of us is just the insight into what is our true purpose. But it leads us towards a definition. And without the word, we can't have the definition. It's like the embryo and the grown human being. You can't have the one without the other. So it's critical to first define the word. But once you find the word, whether it's on a personal level or a business level, it's critical to define with absolute clarity what that word means. And our word of growth for our business means to serve the growth of our people, our clients, and our country through the power of creativity. To serve the growth of our people, our clients, our country through the power of creativity. And everything in our business became about serving the growth of our people, our clients, and our country. That's our intention. And we replaced our bottom line with purpose. And it influenced our vision profoundly, because often we start business just with a vision. And when you start with a vision, it's most likely just going to be self-serving. When you start with purpose, your vision becomes in service of others. And it influenced our values, the people we attract, the product we make, our long-term goals, our short-term goals, our systems, our strategy, our marketing, our HR. And when all these things started to align, just like nature works, just like leaves will sprout from trees on 1 September this year, as it has for every single day for existence, money starts to flow naturally. And we started experiencing inflow of capital into our lives based on an absolute belief in the purpose of our business and delivering on it. And we saw our business literally rise from the ashes to where it finds itself today, which I like to think is firmly on the ground, with the awareness that we've got so much more value to bring to this world as a medium enterprise. And we always say we may not be able to affect our country to the level that we'd love to yet, but we can affect what happens in our business. Within our business is our country. And how can we make it the best place to be? And how can we assist people to grow to be the best they can be? So some key learnings towards concluding. Learning number one is a consciousness exercise. You know, if you ask a young child what's 1 + 1, or anyone for that matter, people are very afraid to answer this question because they're afraid they get it wrong. But 1 + 1 apple, 1 apple + 1 apple is 2 apples. That's what we taught in the school system. But actually the answer is it's infinite. There's so much answers, so many answers to this question. You can cut open an apple and you can plant the seeds and you can grow trees and those will have apples. So there's just so much you can do with this. You can make apple juice out of 1 apple + 1 apple. But we taught through the schooling system 1 + 1 is 2. And we taught a certain way to life and a certain way to eat and a certain way to live. And you have to live to a certain stage and then retire. And we taught all these framings that we live our lives by. but it's not necessarily true. 2 plus 2 could be 4, it could be 22, it could be love. I taught this to our little son when he was very young. I gave him these exercises to come up with different answers. And he came up with 2 plus 2 is love, Dad. You just flip the 2s and it makes, I think it's the most genius. Of course, I'm biased. It's our son. But I thought it was absolutely beautiful when he came to me with this answer. And I'm not too concerned. We'll see if he passes matric or if his maths in the end works out fine for him. But 4 plus 4 is 844, but also it could be cat burglar's glasses was one of his answers. So the learning just out of that quick sharing is that in life and business, there's more than one solution to any given problem. There's more than one way of running a business. And I do think the way of running businesses, the way we have run them for hundreds of years, there is time to change. There is time to do business at a higher level. Learning number 2 is that I would rather own 10% of something significant than 90% of something insignificant. And it was part of this incredible journey in this country of ours that is in such need of transformation, which we embraced as a business as we brought partners of ours along on this journey. And the realization that you can either play small and own your 50% or your 100% of something small, or you can bring more people into your fold, and through their thinking and through their diversity and through their backgrounds and through their experiences, you can create new solutions to old problems, because diversity is the cornerstone of creativity for sure. Learning number 3 is that there's a one-word purpose within every single person and business on this planet. And this might be seen as a hypothesis. It is my deepest belief that this is the truth. I've seen too much evidence of this. Learning number 4 is this beautiful book by Phil Knight. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend it as an end of the year holiday read, called Shoe Dog, the founder of Nike. And Phil wrote this book, I think he must have been in his 70s. Just think of the wisdom and the experience. I mean, he took 16 years before he made money out of Nike. And I think that's that saying, it takes 16 years to become an overnight success. It's so true. And when Phil listed the company in the early 70s, he made an obscene amount of money. But it took him 16 years before he actually experienced wealth from his creation. But he says towards the end of his book, and I paraphrase it, it's very similar to this. We all understand the function of blood in our bodies. If it doesn't flow, you die. But if you ask me, why do I exist? I don't answer to make blood. It is so profound because money is the lifeblood of business. Without money, a business will fail. But if you ask me, why do I exist? I don't say to make blood. Same on a human level. So I just find it such a beautiful way of landing the point that business has a greater purpose beyond product, service, and product and profit, just like us as human beings have a far greater purpose than just working and making money. Learning number 5, purpose drives key strategic decisions. It inspires innovative solutions. It informs all elements of marketing and communication, as I showed you earlier. And it enables you to plan for the first quarter century rather than the next financial quarter. And that's another huge insight. Once I uncovered this depth within me, which I was never aware existed, it opened this picture of what the world can be in the next 25 years. And I put a 25-year plan in place in 2007 towards 2032. And I've been living that plan, and I'm super excited for 2032 because then I can reset for the next 25 years. So the learning is that purpose is a strategic silver bullet. It really is a powerful strategic tool. It's more than just a fancy word. And often people ask me, but it sounds so serious, and it sounds like you have to change the world, and this sounds too difficult. So I started asking myself, in my experience, what is the purpose of purpose? What is the purpose of purpose? I realized the purpose of purpose is fun. It's joy, it's happiness, because it creates such clarity that it puts anxiety to bed. It gives you the tool to actually really find the solutions to the problems that face us every day, because you've got a rudder. And it's not like I'm on purpose all my life. I make mistakes every single day. But I'm so aware of when I'm off purpose because I've got a direction in life. If I wasn't sure of it, I would just go left and keep on going left and eventually find myself lost. But very quickly, because of purpose and because of this direction I have in my life, when as a leader I misbehave, I do something wrong, I'm too harsh with a person, with another human being, I instantly know that I'm off purpose. And I course correct and I learn and I grow and I move on. So in conclusion, my wife shared with me quite recently this beautiful thought that she had. And I'm sure it's open source knowledge. Maybe it's something she saw, or maybe she just came up with it. But we all goldfish in a fishbowl. And when you goldfish in the fishbowl, your life is perfect. Because maybe I do have a good job, and maybe I do drive a great car, and I've got all the means, and I'm having a fantastic life. And as I'm saying that, I realize, well, I've heard of someone exactly like that took his life yesterday. So that couldn't just be the answer. So maybe that fishbowl is underneath this immense ocean of experiences and wisdom and new knowledge and new ways of doing things. And maybe I'm just not aware of it because I'm living in my fishbowl. And what would my life look like when I step out of that fishbowl, out of that conditioning of my parents? Because let's face it, in the end of the day, most people, myself included, up to a stage of my life, I ate what my parents ate. I believed what my parents believed until I stepped out of that fishbowl and I started experiencing the greater life. The second last thing I want to leave you with is this idea of the more I give, the more I get, which is so true. But it only works when I give not to get. The universe, the system of wisdom we exist within, it's too clever. When I try and give to look good, which I did for a period of my life with Rock for AIDS, I did it purely to serve my ego. But when I started giving with no intention of ever getting anything back, life started to open up and things started to flow into my life naturally. And I think most people and most businesses live unconsciously with the best intention in the space of the more I can get. Unconsciously, not on purpose, not as bad people. I know because I've lived here a lot. We live there. And my intention when I do talks like this is to just open that door potentially to say, what can I do to move into this space and experience this opportunity of just getting to the natural flow of life and to experience things flowing in as sure as summer will follow this very cold Joburg winter we're experiencing. That metaphor of having a room and building a wall in the middle with no light in the left and maybe a light source on the right-hand side. If you drill a hole between the two rooms, if you drill a hole between the light room and the dark room, the dark will never penetrate the light. And I love this metaphor because it gives me so much hope for the future of the world, because I know that dark will never penetrate light. Nature just doesn't work like that. We're going through all of this to find a new way to lead, a new way to exist, a new way to be. And with that knowledge, I'm going to leave you with a question to think on. And I just want to say, before I give you the last question, thank you so much for the opportunity to share a bit of my story and my insight and my experience. As I said, it's just my experience. We all have different experiences. But the question I wouldn't leave you with is, what is your reason for being on a human level? And if you are a business owner or you operate within a business, maybe start questioning and ask within that business, what is the business reason for being? What is the light that your business can bring to this country to change it for the greater? And what is the light that each of us can bring into the room every day that we exist to help make our world a greater place? Thank you very much.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, Pepe. Truly inspiring. Thank you for your vulnerability as well. It's good to get to know you a little bit better and to know that you met the love of your life at such a young age and took so long before you finally approached her, but it's a true story about following your gut. And when he speaks about moving from the head to the heart, that's exactly that. I thoroughly enjoyed that, and I appreciated the vulnerability that he shared with us as well. And that is a key question that we should think about as we leave here. What is your reason for being? In closing, I'd like to thank each and every one of you that has joined in today. Thank each and every one of you that has made today a possibility. And of course, a big special thank you to all the speakers that graced us with their presence here today, from Joe to Kirsten to Erica O of Erica O Wines to Dr. Ndombi, and of course our afternoon speakers being Pepe Jabu as well as David Gonzalez and Jenna. And not forgetting our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much for a vibrant discussion facilitated by Gegetso Sidibe, also joined in by Lizzie Mokhale as well as Stefan Schut and Ketiwe Nguna. That was an amazing panel discussion. And so far, that was it. That is it for us for Voices of Change 2023. It is it for here, because as we've learned and we keep learning, this is a movement. It doesn't stop here. It doesn't end here. It doesn't only start here. This is not just a lip service to gender equality. This is a commitment of actually doing. So in closing, I would like to hand over to the Managing Director at Accenture, as she's also the Women's Forum Lead, Belinda Mutome. From me, Masa Gegana, thank you so much for giving me this honor. I wish you a blessed Friday and a fantastic weekend. Cheerio.
Thank you, Masa. I would like to thank everyone for being part of such a special day today. Thank you for all the speakers, for sharing your remarkable stories of change and inspiration along gender equality. Today was about creating a platform that inspires all to move the conversation forward and to come up with tangible actions for all of us to commit to in our quest for gender equality. Voices of Change is not just a once-off event. As we've always said and we've reiterated throughout the day, it is a movement towards a more just world from an equality perspective and belonging for all. We all know that in the month of August, we're remembering a woman-led movement that shook South Africa 67 years ago when Mangoni and other women leaders basically led a 20,000 women march to the union buildings in Pretoria. They were protesting the much-hated past laws at the time that were against women, and the outcome has been Women's Day, a day that's now dedicated to us remembering and commemorating women's culture, political, and societal economic achievements. We also highlight within this month and also want everyone to constantly remember and take action when we talk about gender equality, reproductive rights, violence and abuse against women. We know that unfortunately women continue to face severe barriers to advancement in society, fighting biases, and there's also still a lack of women, female mentors. Through platforms such as these of Voices of Change, we want to aim to strengthen relationships between all of us to be able to work collectively towards creating a more just future and an empowered future for everyone. As we part ways today, please carry the spirit of this event with you, a spirit of respect, a spirit of empathy, a spirit of equality, and as we heard a bit earlier, collaborative intelligence as well. So what I would like to say to you is she, he, we is power sends a strong message that the collective power of both men and women and everyone is required to construct a more powerful, economically inclusive future. To all corporates that stood with us today as partners, I salute you and I thank you. Let us move forward then, not just with a sense of duty, but with a sense of hope. We want to continue driving this momentum towards a more just and equitable, inclusive tomorrow. A hope that is basically about decisions that we're going to make to keep the conversation going, to take those tangible actions and the advice we've learned today to carry it forward into various spaces, to also be the allies with a verb, as was also referred to today. To quote Ugro, as women, we need to always remember that part of us being successful lies in how we inspire others towards their greatness. To serve others is an extension of our purpose. And also remember a call to action by Lizzie earlier where she said, go know and remember the names of the Bafana Bafana team ahead of the Sunday game. Thank you everyone for your participation and have a great evening and great weekend ahead. Thank you.